Senate will come to order. Mr. Carpenter, please call the roll.
Senators Bridges, Cook, Corum, Crowder, Danielson, Donovan, Finberg, Fields, Foote, Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez,
Excused.
Hanson, Hill,
Excused.
Heisey, Holbert,
Please do it. Say, what? This will be a first ever. Text, quick. Text. Let's take it to it. Oh, Bear. You can do it. Oh.
He always has a good excuse.
Drum roll.
Absent.
Mr. President.
Holbert,
Oh, no.
Lee, Lundeen, Marble, Moreno, Pedersen,
Excused.
Briola, Rankin, Rodriguez, Scott, Smallwood, Sonnenberg, Story, Tate, Todd, Williams, Winter, Woodward, Zenzinger, Mr. President.
Here. With 32 present, 0 absent, and 3 excused, we have a quorum. Senator Foote, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you, Mr. President. Members and guests, please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the reading of the journal for Wednesday, January 29th be dispensed with and the journal be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed no. The ayes have it and the motion is adopted. Senate Services.
Correctly printed, Senate Bill 152 and 153 correctly engrossed, Senate Bill 11 and 17 correctly re-engrossed, Senate Bill 225 and 48.
Committee reports.
January 29, 2020, Committee on Health and Human Services, after consideration of Mayor's Committee as following, Senate Bill 113 be referred to Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation be placed on the consent calendar. January 29, 2020, Committee on Health and Human Services, after consideration of Mayor's Committee as following, Senate Bill 45 be postponed indefinitely. January 29, 2020, Committee on Health and Human Services, after consideration of Mayor's Committee as following, Senate Bill 43 be referred to Committee of the Whole with a favorable recommendation be placed on the consent calendar. January 29, 2020, Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs, after consideration ahead hearing the following appointments, appointments be placed on the consent calendar to confirm members of the Colorado Board of Veterans Affairs effective June 30, 2019 for terms expiring June 30, 2023. Patricia James Hammond, RN of Eagle, Colorado, Democrat and veteran who has been honorably released or separated from the Armed Forces of the United States of America. Reappointed Holly K. Caldwell, Parker, Colorado, Democrat and veteran who has been honorably released or separated from the Armed Forces of the United States of America. Reappointed January 29, 2020. The Committee of State Veterans and Military Affairs has had in consideration the hearing of following appointments, recommends appointments to be placed on the consent calendar and confirmed as a state personnel board effective June 30, 2019 for a term expiring June 30, 2022. Sarah Kristen Weiler of Littleton, Colorado, appointed January 29, 2020. Committee of State Veterans and Military Affairs after consideration of merits committee as following. Senate Bill 90 be amended as follows. I submit to be referred to committee to hold the favorable recommendation. Recommendation placed on the consent calendar January 29, 2020. Committee of State Veterans and Military Affairs after consideration of merits committee as following. Senate Bill 49 be postponed indefinitely January 29, 2020. Committee of State Veterans and Military Affairs after consideration of merits committee as following. Senate Bill 44 be postponed indefinitely January 29, 2020. Committee of State Veterans and Military Affairs after consideration of merits committee as following. Senate Bill 66 be postponed indefinitely January 29, 2020. Committee on Education after consideration of merits committee as following. Senate Bill 89 be amended as follows. Also amended to be referred to committee on Appropriations with a favorable recommendation January 29, 2020. Committee on Business, Labor, and Technology after consideration of merits committee as following. Senate Bill 86 be referred to committee to hold with a favorable recommendation. Recommendation placed on the consent calendar January 29, 2020. Committee on Business, Labor, and Technology after consideration of merits committee as following. Senate Bill 26 be amended as follows. Also amended to be referred to the committee to hold with a favorable recommendation. Recommendation placed on the consent calendar January 29, 2020. Committee on Judiciary has had in consideration and hearing of following appointments and recommends appointments be confirmed to members of the Colorado Commission on Judicial Discipline for terms expiring June 30, 2023. Yolanda Lentz-Fond of Monument, Colorado, to serve as non-attorney reappointed. Bruce Casillas of Lakewood, Colorado, to serve as non-attorney reappointed. Drusilla Pugh of Pueblo, Colorado, to serve as non-attorney reappointed. Elizabeth Group of Evergreen, Colorado, to serve as an attorney reappointed. January 29, 2020, Committee on Judiciary after consideration of merits committee as following. Senate Bill 93 be amended as follows. Also amended to be referred to the committee to hold favorable recommendation January 29, 2020, Committee on Judiciary after consideration of merits committee as following. Senate Bill 60 be amended as follows. Also amended to be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with a favorable recommendation January 29, 2020, Committee on Judiciary after consideration of merits committee as following. Senate Bill 83 be amended as follows. Also amended to be referred to the Committee to hold the favorable recommendation.
Mr. Carpenter, please add Sarah Gonzalez to the roll call. Third reading of bills, consent calendar. Mr. Carpenter, please read all the titles to all the bills listed on the consent calendar.
Senate Bill 17 by Senator Winter and Representative Gray concerning a requirement that the high-performance transportation enterprise include information about its public-private partnerships in an annual report to the legislative committees of the House of Representatives and the Senate that have jurisdiction over transportation. Senate Bill 11 by Senators Heisey and Winter and Representatives Catlin and Valdez D concerning permanent authorization for third-party providers to perform vehicle identification number verification inspections for commercial vehicles.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of the bills on the third reading of bills consent calendar, which includes Senate Bill 17 and Senate Bill 11.
Is there any discussion on any of the bills? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of all the bills on third reading of bills consent calendar. Are there any no votes on any of the bills on the third reading bills consent calendar? With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 17 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senator Rodriguez. Senator Hansen. The Majority Leader. Senators Janal. Senator Tate. Senator Heisey. Please add the President. With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 11 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Sonnenberg, Quorum, Woodward, Scott, Crowder, Marble, Lundeen, second reading of bills, consent calendar. Senator Foote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and the Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar, and Senator Foote will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the court rules relaxed for everyone. Will the clerk, Mr. Carpenter, please read the titles to all bills on the general orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar.
Senate Bill 47 by Senators Williams and Tate and Representatives Crowthorpe and Van Winkle concerning exemption from the definition of real estate appraisal analysis prepared by agents of financial institutions for the institution's internal use only. Senate Bill 46 by Senator Tate and Representative Arndt concerning a clarification that electrical inspection fees may be doubled if an application for an electrical permit is not filed in advance of the commencement of an electrical installation. Senate Bill 32 by Senator Holbert and Representative McKean and Escar concerning the age of employees authorized to sell alcohol beverages at establishments licensed to sell alcohol beverages at retail. Senate Bill 91 by Senators Zenzinger and Sonnenberg and Representative Exum and Holtorf concerning increasing the minimum pay for state military forces called in service by the governor. Senate Bill 82 by Senators Heisey and Todd and Representatives Landgraf and Montine concerning awards issued by the Department of Military and Veterans Affairs. Senate Bill 79 by Senators Fields and Heisey and Representative Valdez D. and concerning the method of notifying people of Amber Alerts to promote the largest reach of community notifications.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the adoption of all the bills on the consent calendar and their associated committee reports, which include Senate Bill 47, Senate Bill 46, Senate Bill 32, along with the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report, Senate Bill 91, Senate Bill 82, and Senate Bill 79.
Is there any discussion of any of the committee reports? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of all the committee reports to all the bills on the general orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the reports are adopted. Is there any discussion about any of the bills on the consent calendar? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the bills on the general orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the bills are adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come back to order. Senator Foote.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, committee will basically reports that in consideration of tax bills being second there makes following recommendation on Senate Bill 47, Senate Bill 46, Senate Bill 32 as amended, Senate Bill 91, Senate Bill 82, Senate Bill 79 pass second read order gross place the calendar for the reading and final passage.
Senator Foote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is for the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 2 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 047, Senate Bill 046, Senate Bill 032 as amended, Senate Bill 091, Senate Bill 082, Senate Bill 079 passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Second reading of bills. Senator Foote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the committee of the whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The motion is adopted, and the Senate will resolve itself into the committee of the whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Foote will take the chair.
It's not a bad idea.
The committee will come to order and the code rule is relaxed for everyone. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 100? I'm sorry, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 39.
Seeing no objection, we will take up Senate Bill 39. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of Senate Bill 39.
Senate Bill 39 by Senators Fields and Story and Representatives Valdez A. and Roberts concerning updated accessibility signage in a state-owned facility.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 39, and there is no committee report, but I do have an amendment.
There is a committee report, Senator Fields.
Here it is.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, there is a committee report from the State Veterans and Military Affairs. We did amend Senate Bill 39, and basically we amended to show greater clarity as it relates to the renovation of state-owned buildings. I asked for an aye vote on the committee report.
And Senator Fields, would you please move the committee report as well?
I move committee report 039001.
All right, thank you, Senator Fields. The committee report has been moved. Is there any further discussion on the committee report to Senate Bill 39? Seeing no further discussion of the committee report, the question before the body is the adoption of the committee report to Senate Bill 39. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move Amendment L002.
And there is an amendment on the desk. It's L002. Mr. Carpenter.
Amendment L002, Senate Bill 39.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is a technical revision to the bill. We changed the date of completion and substituted with the commencement date. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment L002.
Is there any further discussion on L002? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L002. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. L002 is adopted. To the bill. Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. President. This Senate Bill 39 provides an accessibility icon represented by a more dynamic character in a wheelchair, which is leaning forward, and illustrates movement which would be required to be used at state facilities that would be constructed, renovated, or remodeled. This updated symbol has been adopted for use in New York and Connecticut. The accessibility icon would be installed at state facilities that are newly constructed or when more major renovations or remodeling of facilities are initiated. There's no fiscal note for this bill, as the signage will only be required to be installed when state facilities undergo major construction that would require installation of new signage. I move Senate Bill 39 as amended and urge your favorable support.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 39? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the sponsors bringing this bill. I have, as many of you know, devoted a great deal of my time here in the General Assembly to ensuring the rights of people with disabilities. And so I find the intent behind the bill commendable. But when I read a bill like this, it always gives me pause. And the pause that it gives me is that this is a very specific bill about a much larger issue. So the bill says that in its declaration that there was a grassroots effort in Boston, Massachusetts in the early 2010s that resulted in supporters placing stickers with an updated design over the most recognizable symbol of access, the white wheelchair with a head icon. And as a result, people all over the world started advocating for an improvement to the symbol by depicting instead an accessible icon with a more dynamic character who leans forward in the wheelchair and who shows a sense of movement. I would have appreciated, and maybe one of the sponsors has a picture of this. I probably have seen it and just don't know that is what I'm looking at. But what we're going to do is put in statute that this is what needs to be in public buildings in Colorado. And I asked myself, well, first of all, aren't the architects going to start using this, and aren't the building codes going to start using this? And why is it necessary for us then to put it into the statutes of the state of Colorado? And what happens in the 2020s whenever another group of supporters and activists and grassroots people in some other location, say Austin, Texas, or Tallahassee, Florida, find an even better improvement? And our statute will say we have to do this one, not the even better and improved one. My question to the sponsors really is, well, ought this to be in statute? And if we don't put it in statute, isn't it going to happen anyway? And aren't architects and designers and builders and, in fact, the manufacturers of these particular signs, aren't they going to come into use? And aren't they going to be internationally recognized? And if they are, and is there some remote possibility that in the year 2025 or 2030 there's going to be an even better and more recognizable and catchier sign? And then will the legislature in 2030 have to come back and pass this? Not everything needs to be in the Colorado Revised Statutes to happen. Sometimes it can be in the building code. Sometimes it can be a matter of just architectural practice coming into being. And at least I will say that we're not doing this retroactively, but it will then become the problem that when an addition is done to that building, is that going to need to be done, and so forth. I just wonder if the sponsors could respond to that, and also if they have a picture of this, that would be great.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would like to thank my colleague from El Paso County who has been a champion and advocate for their disability community. And I do have a copy of the signage that we are proposing. And while I'm looking for that signage, I do want to mention, here it is. This is a copy of the signage. This is what the sign looks like right now. And you'll see that the current signage shows someone who has a disability that is kind of confined to a wheelchair as being very stiff. And what people are telling me, this is not the image of what someone who doesn't have mobility looks like when they navigate the Capitol or when they're navigating their communities. They are forward-leaning and they're out and about in their community. This sign was developed in 1968, so this is 52 years old. And so this is not required for every building in the state of Colorado if you're a private-owned business. This is only when new buildings are being constructed within the state of Colorado. This is something that says that we are more looking like this than this. And so that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to be trendsetters. We represent the state of Colorado, and we know that we have a pioneer spirit, and it's time for us to lean forward and to revise the signage. I can also let you know that this passed out of committee unanimous. There was no opposition. No one came in to committee to oppose this new signage. So there you have it.
Is there any further?
I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I appreciate I appreciate the senator from Aurora and her explanation. And I appreciate the visual, so I'm not actually sure that I have seen this in use anywhere. And though I do have some reservations about putting it in statute, I get the idea, and I respect my colleagues bringing it forward. So I will be supportive of Senate Bill 39. I appreciate it very much, and thank you, and thank the Chamber's indulgence for our discussion of what is a bill that's going to affect all of us, because you will then begin to see this pop up in your parking lots, in your buildings, and so forth, and you'll be able to know where this came from and how it was. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator. I appreciate your support. This sign is currently being used, and it's being used right now in Steamboat. As you know, in Steamboat, when you think about some of the skiing activities that happen there, if you look at some of the parking lot facilities, they're already using this new interactive mobile sign. So I do have a picture of it if anyone wants to see it, but it's something that is being done, and private organizations and businesses are already using that signage. Thank you. I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion regarding Senate Bill 39? Seeing none, the question before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 39. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 39 is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of Senate Bill 100.
Senate Bill 100 by Senators Gonzalez and Tate and Representatives Arndt and Benavidez concerning the repeal of the death penalty by the General Assembly.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We respectfully move Senate Bill 100 and ask for an aye vote.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also move Senate Bill 100. Senator Gonzalez, my colleague from Denver, and I presented the bill in the Judiciary Committee and heard hours and hours of thoughtful testimony on this very important issue. It's an issue with practical and spiritual consequences for individuals and the community as a whole. And I came away feeling grateful, having heard the many stories, particularly all the stories from victims and their families, their pursuit of healing, what they thought capital punishment was for, their perspectives on capital punishment in our criminal justice system. And coming away from that, I feel better with having a greater view of the issue, and I'm grateful for all the time and effort that stakeholders, policymakers, religious leaders, and again, victims' families presented to us for us to have a greater understanding that us as lawmakers need to have when we are doing our job here in the General Assembly. So again, thank you, members, for engaging this issue to the degree that you have, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 100? Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first word that comes into my mind is really. We want to repeal the death penalty, and the only thing you have to say is, I want to move the bill. So to the bill sponsors, I need to understand your rationale based on why you want to repeal the death penalty. Surely you have more to say than I want to move the bill, and that you learned from the stories that you heard from victims. I want to hear a little bit more about why it's so important to tinker around our criminal justice system and abolish the death penalty. Can you tell me more about the justification, the rationale, and the motivation behind repealing the death penalty. Surely it has to be more than just, I move the bill. So for the bill sponsors in Centennial and the bill sponsor in Denver, will you please help the people of Colorado and the people in this chamber understand your motivation and your rationale for abolishing the death penalty when the people of Colorado don't want it? I've seen polling data. 69% of the people in Colorado do not support abolishing the death penalty. And your only remarks in 3 minutes is, I move the bill. So please explain to the people of Colorado and the people in this chamber your rationale for tinkering with our criminal justice system that has a long-standing history of having the death penalty on its books. And when it has been removed on several occasions, the people of Colorado has reinstated it. Please explain more about why you think it's so important that we should abolish the death penalty in more than 3 minutes.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The people of Colorado have reason to be proud of their state senate today. We don't have two parties squabbling over some partisan issue. We have 35 diverse people from communities all over Colorado that are likewise diverse, debating a very important issue in our state, the repeal of the death penalty. I cannot stand here as a member of the minority and thank the prior senator, this prior speaker from Aurora, for siding with us because members of our caucus support the bill. In fact, our prime sponsor and sponsors of this bill. What I can say to my friend from Aurora is thank you. When we served in the House, I witnessed her stand up to the governor and members of her own party on an issue that's of great importance to her. Because of an event in her life, or a series of events in her life and that of her family that I have not endured, maybe she's not the only one in this chamber who has endured this, but I know she has. And I'm grateful. I'm grateful for the opportunity to stand for you, not because I want the death penalty to be used in Colorado, but because I think it is a legitimate deterrent for those who do the worst deeds and intentionally take the life of another or lives of others, that it could be a deterrent for some. The senator from Aurora and I've said this before, but it occurs to me when I jog or ride my bike down the path that leads from Acres Green over to Park Meadow Mall that I'm riding right by the place where her son's body was found. And that's personal. I didn't endure that crime, that assassination, more than murder. Her son was murdered by people who intended to go out and find him and eliminate him. Does that not rise to the level of an occasion where our state might use this tool as a deterrent, as an answer, that if you go that far out of the way to eliminate someone else's life, then our society will take yours from you? It is so rare in this state that we do that, I don't remember the last time. In my adult life, it seems like something Colorado doesn't do, and I understand the financial gains by eliminating this. But that pales in comparison by the pride that I feel to stand with my good friend from Aurora. We disagree on many things, but on this, I'm proud to stand with her and her family and ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 100.
Is there further discussion? Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your remarks. I really appreciate serving with you both in the House and the Senate. I guess I'm still waiting for a response. And so before other folks might lend their voice to this, I'm still waiting to hear from the bill sponsors. I can tell you what I know is that there's been a lot of work, pre-work, that has been done. There's been road shows that have gone out across the state where feedback has been solicited on behalf of crime victims. And there was a press conference. We had a hearing. I mean, there's got to be something that you can share based on your findings. So I'd like to hear a little bit more about what were your discoveries, what were the outcome, and please tell the people of Colorado why you want to abolish the death penalty. We the people of Colorado have indicated through polling that we want to keep that as a tool for district attorneys to use. Why? Because we are a local control state. Local control. Local control for our school districts, local controls for what happens in our cities, but yet you want to mandate every district attorney to remove that option from their toolkit. You're saying with the abolishment of the death penalty that that is no longer an option. So basically what you're doing is you're telegraphing to people in the state of Colorado and anywhere else that you can come into our state and you can conduct any kind of heinous crime, and I'll get to a little later in reference to the aggravators, because the state of Colorado has the strongest elements and criteria as it relates to when a DA seeks the death penalty. We have 17 aggravators. I will talk about them a little bit later, but I want to hear your voice. The reason it's not used so often and we only have 3 is because it is difficult to seek the death penalty, because you have to have 12 jurors, peers from that community, they all have to agree. And the crime has to be heinous. So why are we saying that you can commit any kind of crime? Multiple murders is one of the aggravating circumstances, which means you have to kill more than one person. We're saying that if you kill 1 person, 2 persons, 3 people, it could be another Sandy Hook, it could be another club shooting, a concert shooting, a theater shooting, whatever it is. You can shoot as many people as you can. Everybody gets the same penalty. And the penalty is life in jail without the possibility of parole. Do we really want to telegraph that? Is that what we want people of Colorado to support? Why are we removing that tool from DAs and making it mandatory that that's not an option for them? Please, bill sponsors, step up. Explain your position.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank all of my colleagues here today for engaging in this conversation. To my colleague, the good senator from Aurora, I hear you, and I actually wanted to not have the first word on this. And so I respect the frustration that you expressed. But my intention was to start off by listening. And that's been my intention in this process since I brought this bill last year, since I laid over this bill last year, was to not talk, but to listen. Last year, I shared with you all how murder has impacted my family, how that pain of loss is so real. But my family hasn't yet experienced a trial. We haven't yet experienced justice. And last year I shared with you all this idea of even if the murderer of my father-in-law were to have been brought to justice, were to ever to be brought to justice, would I want the death penalty in his case? This idea that we should say murdering is wrong, except when the state does it, strikes me as untenable. Senate Bill 100 is exactly the same bill as last year's Senate Bill 19-182, with two important changes. There's no legislative declaration to the policy, and the date of enactment, the date that this policy would go into effect, is it would update the date to abolish the death penalty as a sentencing option for a defendant convicted of a Class 1 felony in the state of Colorado for offenses charged on or after July 1st, 2020, as opposed to last year's date of July 1st, 2019. This policy does not touch, is absolutely silent on the 3 convicted murderers already on death row. This policy moves forward. And it asks us, it asks each of us in this body to consider this idea of whether or not we as a state are going to abide by saying murder is wrong, except for when the state does it. I'm sure over the course of this this morning we'll have many policy debates. We'll have many heartfelt debates. But I really encourage us to listen to one another, and I really encourage us to give this policy the full attention that it deserves. Thank you.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, it's a very difficult decision, and I want to thank the senator from Aurora for her knowledge and her passion on this issue. She is affected like none of us at all. But I'm going to talk about something that she mentioned about local control. And we look at the fiscal note and we say that if we eliminate the death penalty, we are going to save the state a lot of money. I'm going to bring a little different perspective to that, because I think local control is important. And we're always talking in this, and it's on several issues, we're talking about putting something in the toolbox or keeping something in the toolbox. And what I'm going to tell you in my district recently, 2 young girls were murdered. They were actually put in an abandoned car, covered up, and denied food and water until they died. Who would do something that evil? It happened. But let's go back to the county. The counties fund the district attorney's office. So what happens in cases like this? In the charges, death penalty is discussed. And what happens in most cases, and why we have not implemented a lot, many times it results in a plea bargain, a guilty plea, in exchange for the death penalty being taken off the table. And I don't have the numbers, but I think we should have the numbers. Because if we take this tool out of the toolbox, the cost to our counties will rise significantly. We're strapped right now with keeping our roads and bridges, our schools. Members, the voters in 1977 made this decision. It has been implemented very few times. I think 1997 was the last execution. And why that happens is because what I just mentioned to you. That tool that district attorney has that said, you know what? You know you're guilty. We know you're guilty. Let's pull the death penalty off the table and you agree to a term. And I don't have the numbers. I could speculate, 96% of all facts are made up on the spot. I just made that up, actually. But seriously, think about your 64 counties and how taking this tool out of the toolbox will impact their budgets. It will be significant. Are we going to backfill the counties at the expense of schools and roads, health? Members, I ask for a no vote on this.
Senator Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to say thank you to the sponsors who have done a very diligent process in bringing back the legislation to repeal the death penalty. And thank you to everyone out there who participated in this process. But the debate surrounding the death penalty is not new to any of us. I'm not referring necessarily to the 2019 effort, and I'm not necessarily exclusively referencing the previous 6 repeal efforts that have been brought before this legislature. The concerns surrounding the moral implications of society that seeks justice on murder cases by committing another murder has clouded Colorado for well over 100 years. In 1897, Governor Alva Adams signed the first law abolishing capital punishment in the state of Colorado, following a growing public unrest about the morality of a state-sanctioned murder. This conversation returns because these moral concerns are bigger than one execution. It's bigger than any single district attorney or judicial district. The anxieties and the people and the questions that they have about the state's power to decide who lives and who dies does not go away, simply because we change the execution method or because DNA evidence has strengthened the certainty of a conviction, or because of the conduct of law enforcement is better in some states than it is in others. Our efforts to wield capital punishment ethically will remain irrelevant as long as our judicial system is marred by human imperfections. Taking the life of another person will always fall short of the ethical and moral standards of justice. As this conversation has continued, plenty of well-sustained arguments that strengthen the case for the repeal of the death penalty. Proof of its ineffectiveness, its cost, and the arbitrary discriminatory application have strengthened my belief that repealing the death penalty is one of the most important things we can do as legislators. But my unyielding support for the abolishment of the death penalty starts with my faith. As a Catholic legislator, it is my duty to make the decisions in this body using a moral framework provided by our Catholic teaching. This framework guides me when the decisions are tough and the conversations like this are difficult and painful. The Catholic Church unequivocally denounces the use of the penalty. During a recent conference of the United States Conference Catholic of Bishops, it was said, "A principled Catholic response to crime and punishment is rooted in our convictions about good and evil, sin and redemption, justice and mercy. It is also shaped by our commitment to the life and the dignity of every human person and the common good." The opening chapters of Genesis teaches us that every life is a precious gift from God, the gift that must be respected and protected. I subscribe to this belief because I'm inspired by the message everyone, even those of us who choose not to recognize and protect the dignity of others, is worthy of this gift of life. Meeting the demands of justice does not and should not require us to be selective of our recognition of humanity. The 3 men who sit on death row right now rightfully lost their place in regular society. They deserve to have the privilege stripped from them for the imaginable pain that they have caused. And I shed no tears knowing that they will never step foot outside of a prison ever again. But repealing the death penalty isn't a choice between exonerating those men or seeking justice or protecting society from them. It is a decision in an inevitable death within the walls of the prison cell, or a death that forces legislators and law enforcement to pay God in an execution chamber. Pope Francis ordered a revision of the Catholic Church to reflect the belief that the death penalty is an undeniable violation of human dignity. The alteration of the Catechism encourages us a movement toward commitment to uphold and value our inalienable gift of human dignity. This is a movement that should be pursued in respect of dialogue upon proper authorities and conditions that allow for the elimination of the death penalty. We have had a respectful dialogue about the repeal of the death penalty. We have done our part to encourage and facilitate the conditions in Colorado where we can keep people safe without execution in our toolbox. Our work is not finished, and it will likely never be. Violence occurs, and we cannot, despite our best efforts, guarantee safety for every person. But we will all try every single day to get closer to that goal, and it is a fact that the sanctioned murder does not bring us any closer to achieving that ideal. I understand that everyone that is listening is not Catholic. I understand everyone that is listening doesn't have the same values. But we will all try every single day to get closer to the goal. I think what we can find is a commonality in the idea that we should not combat unspeakable violence with more violence. And if that argument doesn't convince you that the death penalty should not find a home in our great state of Colorado, then I encourage you to listen carefully to the well-researched arguments about crime deterrence, cost, arbitrary and unjust application, state and government overreach, and the risk of making mistakes that just can't be reversed with any sum of money or ruling from a judge. We are sent to this chamber to make tough decisions on issues that make our state a more just place for our citizens. So long as the death penalty remains on the books, we will fail to rise to our duties of office. So colleagues, I ask you for an aye vote to repeal the death penalty in the state of Colorado. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Crowder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I know that this is a tough situation, a tough subject. But, you know, if you listen to it close enough, the one thing that has not been discussed is the victim. You know, such as Colleen O'Connor, 17 years old, in the Chuck E. Cheese murder. First day of the job, had her whole day of, her whole life ahead of her, hopes and dreams that we all have. The perpetrator of that Chuck E. Cheese that night, if you can visualize this, then this is what I can't get past, and this is why I would never support this. The perpetrator that threatened to kill the girl, 17 years old, she was down on her knees begging for her life, to no avail. And you expect me to support the elimination of the death penalty when an animal like this kills a young lady as well as 3 other people with their entire life ahead of them? It's about the victim. We have a problem with our conscience. I get that. This is a tough vote. Nobody said it was going to be easy. Nobody said it was going to be easy. But we did not bring this upon ourselves. The perpetrators brought this on. And, you know, the reality is, if you look at the bill, the 3 on death row are excluded from that point on. If the argument was really in place, the bill would have said all are communicated. None of them will be put to death. But it doesn't say that. It says the 3 on death row will be executed. They will stay on death row. Read the bill. But we need to take, and maybe it's because of my rural roots, and maybe it's because of my age, but the reality is we have a culture now that does not really pay attention to our laws. The reality, if you want to say, is this a deterrent? How many of you have been deterred from this from murdering somebody? The answer is all of you. I know I would be deterred from this type of crime because of the punishment. We talk about money involved in that. How much is a life worth? How much is 4 lives worth, or 5? So I think when you talk morality, it's about the punishment fitting the crime. You know, so I think that I would put far more credence in Colleen O'Connor, which was 17 at the time of her death, than I ever would in somebody's on death row. So you choose your own conscience. But this is really, in my opinion, this is not about morality. This is about justice. Justice for the victims. That's, to me, what it's about. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and vote no on this.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I just want to respond to some of the comments that I heard from my colleagues in Denver. And it's centered around 3 different principles. One was about cost, the other was about race, and the other was about religion. I want to start with religion, because I am a woman of faith. I'm a deaconess in my church. I go to Bible study. And I know that there is a 10th commandment. We have 10th commandments, and one of them is, thou shalt not kill. But this is not really about religion. It is about murder. And it isn't about race. It is about murder. Multiple murders. So what I'd like to do is just to kind of explain to you how the death penalty is sought, what it takes to be able to be eligible for the death penalty. It's not easy. You have to prove multiple or one aggravating factor to be eligible for the death penalty. I want to go through some of them. because I think it's important that you know that we need to be on the right side of history when we cast our vote on this matter. And I know where I stand, and I stand with victims because I am one. So these are the aggravating factors. There's 17 of them. DAs typically have to prove just one, but most of them might have 4 or 5 aggravating factors that they might charge a defendant with. Number 1, a Class 1 felony must have been committed by a person that's already sentenced or in prison. So that means if someone is already in prison, they're already serving a life sentence, and they kill a prison guard, they may be eligible for the death penalty. If you remove the death penalty, that's no longer a criteria. That means that that person that is in jail for killing somebody, and they kill a prison guard, then he gets another freebie. And let's say he kills another prison guard, or someone that's working in the nutrition department or the canteen. Every time he commits murder, it's free. Your sentence stays the same. So if you're in prison and you're already serving time and you have the audacity to kill a correction officer, it doesn't matter. You still get the same sentence. Life on top of life on top of life on top of life. You might think that life in jail is difficult, but let me tell you about what it's like to be in prison, because I've called and I've investigated this. They have cable. They can see visitors. They have money on their books. They can talk to their loved ones. I can't do that with my son. I can't visit him because he's in heaven. By the way, yesterday was his birthday. He would have been 37. This is a very difficult week for me. My daughter testified in committee on Monday, and the deputy DA who prosecuted my son's case sat next to her, and she had this like flashback to when she was questioned about the last conversation that she had with her brother. And that conversation was about, I'm being threatened, I need to come to LA. She was living in LA at the time. And that's all she could think about was that last conversation that she had with her brother. We heard my colleagues from Denver talking about this process was very deliberate. They went out and they talked to people. They talked to victims. I understand they have a letter of support with 60 families that have been victimized. 60 is not very many when you think about the number of crimes that are committed across our state. And it's hard to tell your story. Just like it was hard for my daughter to tell her story. Because you feel re-victimized and traumatized every time you tell the story. And then when you tell the story, you look at empty faces sometimes because they don't get it. Because they're on a mission. And it's hurtful. Most crime victims are poor people. They can't take away time from work to participate in a focus group. Many crime victims aren't even eligible for victims' compensation sometimes. And if you are eligible for victims' compensation, it's like it's not enough to deal with the psychological trauma that is associated with murder. So let's get back to the aggravating factors. Number 1, when you're already incarcerated and you commit another murder. The other aggravating factor is when the defendant intentionally kills any person engaged in performing an official duty. You know who that is? It's us. We are aggravator factors. So if you kill a governor, a police officer, a congressional, a firefighter, an EMT person, a witness, that is an aggravator circumstance that makes it eligible for the death penalty. I think about myself. When I ran gun legislation, I was threatened. I had to have State Patrol security. But thankful for State Patrol, they were able to track down the guy that was intimidating me, and they put him in jail, and he was charged. What we're saying, if you want to be on the right side of history, if you're a public servant, you're saying that you're not on the side of police officers. You're saying if you kill a police officer, they're not eligible for the highest penalty that we have to offer. You're saying if you kill a mayor, a senator, a House of Representatives, the Secretary of State, the Treasurer, and on and on and on, they will no longer be a part of aggravators that are used to prove that they're eligible for the death penalty. Really? You want to be on the side of history that you're saying those people don't deserve special protection? If you're a judge, you will no longer have that special protection. If you're a district attorney, you will no longer have that special protection. We have an unsolved murder right now in Adams County where a DA was shot down and murdered. Murder and intimidation is real, and crime in the state of Colorado is not going down, it's going up. And we want to telegraph to criminals and evildoers and wrongdoers, that's okay. Shoot as many people as you want, and your penalty will all be the same. You get to stay in jail on the state's dime. We'll do your laundry. We'll provide you with meals. You get to recreate. And let me tell you about death row. We don't have death row. People who are sentenced to life in jail and they have a death sentence, they're integrated with general population. There's no such thing as death row. They do have certain restrictions in reference to how often they can be out. I understand it's 4 hours a day. But they have visitors. The offender that murdered my son, he got married while he was in jail. My son will never have that opportunity. That's another aggravator. If you're a judge or a former judge, or if you're in the court system and you're a court guard inside the courtroom, those people are protected. We already talked about elected officials, and that includes in cities. Federal law enforcement officers are protected because they're agents of federal law enforcement. So if you're a drug agent, FBI, those people are considered a part of aggravators, which elevates the status for them to be eligible for the death penalty. Here's one. When the defendant intentionally kills a person that they kidnap, and they keep them hostage, and then they commit sexual assault. You guys remember Jessica Ridgway? She was 10 years old, walking to school, a 5th grader, walking to school, kidnapped. They bound her up. I'm not going to go into what happened because it is horrific what that 5th grader, that 10-year-old had to go through. If you kidnap a child or someone and you keep them hostage and there's sexual assault that is involved with it, that is an aggravated circumstance. What are we saying? What side of history do you want to be on? Who are you serving and who are you protecting? The kidnapper grader. Another aggravator. There's 17 of them. Another aggravator, which makes you eligible for a DA to seek the death penalty. This is very familiar to me, this one. And this is while the defendant commits an offense while they're laying in the wait. What does that mean? It's premeditated, it's ambushed. That's what happened to my son. He was on his way to a movie, but he wanted to stop to get some chicken wings before they went to the movie. They were weighing in the wait, is what they call it, so they could commit this murder of a witness. Because some murderers are calculating. They're sneaky. They're looking for an opportunity. So if you commit a crime where you're intentionally ambushing somebody and you are just waiting for them to come up so you can murder them, that's an aggravated circumstance. Why would we want to protect someone like that? They didn't even have a chance. My son was innocent. He was just trying to participate in the criminal justice system. Jessica Ridgway, the 5th grader, what did she do? We don't want to protect people like her, like our kids. I represent Senate District 29. I have 30,000 kids that walk to school every day. How many do you have in your district? Don't you think they should be protected? Or do you want them abducted and snatched up? We need to have these aggravators because some crimes are so heinous, they need to have special protection, especially our kids. We have some evil people out there that are just waiting. As you see somebody jogging down the street, waiting for an opportunity to commit rape or to stab somebody or to go into school and conduct a shooting, waiting. And we want to protect people like that? Another aggravator is when you use a device, an explosive device, to commit harm. That's another aggravator. Just think about the Oklahoma bombing. Timothy McVeigh, waiting in the, whatever they call it, just waiting, got a truck, filled it up with whatever chemicals he needed to do, and killed as many people as he could, orchestrated. That crime was eligible for the death sentence, and he got it. Think about what happened in the Aurora Theater shooting. He did the same thing. Before he went to the Aurora Theater shooting, he activated his apartment with all kinds of stuff. So as soon as the police would open the door, it was going to just explode. Calculating. Knowing that it would be our first responders that would come into that facility. Luckily, the Aurora Police Department knew enough to do whatever they do to make sure that they were able to safeguard their personnel. That's an aggravator when you use explosive to commit harm. Another aggravator. There's 17 of them. Some states have more than them. Some states have 33. We only have 17. You only have to prove one. But most of the times, DAs will look at other elements of the crime to see what other kind of aggravators they could attach to that crime. Another aggravator is when you try to escape. And then in the course of escaping, you commit another crime. We talked about the aggravators that are associated with law enforcement. I'm thinking about Clemens, our correction officer. Just doing his job, he got murdered, leaving behind a family. Another aggravator, when a Class 1 felony commits a crime for gain. This is another one that's personal for me, because the offenders that murdered my son were trying to get away with murder. So what he was gaining is by chilling the testimony of my son. They were silencing his testimony. So when there's something to gain, that's another aggravator as it relates to the commission of a crime when you're committing murder. Here's another one. Remember, there's 17 of them. This is when the defendant commits an offense that is heinous and cruel. Some of the crimes I've just described to you have been heinous and cruel. So it's not like a murder based on passion or love. I mean, those are just as serious. But it has to be cruel and heinous. Cruel and heinous. And we only have 3. It was mentioned that we have 3 people on death row. Only 3 that are on death row. One of them is Nathan Dunlap. And the good representative, the good senator talked about that. Let me tell you what he did, because this was in Arapahoe County. Nathan Dunlap was a former employee of Chunky Cheese. He is serving time on death row. He was frustrated because he was fired from work. 5 months prior to the shooting, he was fired. And he wanted to get revenge. Revenge, an aggravator. The prosecutor proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Dunlap, at the age of 19 years old, killed Sylvia Caldwell while she was cleaning the salad bar. That's just like 911 when people were at the copy machine. And then you have a terrorist act. Here, Nathan Dunlap, who's serving a life sentence, death row, his victim was cleaning the salad bar, and Dunlap shoots her in the ear. Heinous and cruel. Shoots her in the ear, and that's how he claimed his first victim, shooting her in the ear. His next victim was 19 years old. Remember, aggravators, multiple victims, heinous and cruel. The next victim was 19 years old, another 19-year-old person, young person, not even at the promise of their life. She was cleaning the salad bar. Ben Grant, an employee, was just vacuuming. And if you're a teenager, you're just trying to earn a little money, making some minimum wage because, you know, teenagers need to have a little cash in their pocket. He wasn't doing anything wrong. He was at work, vacuuming. Nathan Dunlap, who was serving time with a death sentence, fatally shoots him at the top of his head. One in the ear, the other top of his head. Heinous, cruel. This is the second murder. Then you have Colleen O'Connor. Colleen O'Connor was 17 years old. The senator talked about him. First day on the job, she fell to her knees, begging for her life, asking Dunlap not to shoot her. Here's a trend. He shoots her on top of her head. She dies. Heinous and cruel. Multiple murder. Now we're up to this is the fourth one. 1, 2, 3. Then the fourth one is Bobby Stevens, and he did testify last year in committee. He was not able to testify this year because it traumatized him to have to tell a story. He was shot, he survived the shooting, and he played dead. Heinous and cruel. That was the only way he survived. He acted like he was dead. And he was able to escape, going to a house next door. But Nathan Dunlap, who's on death row, doesn't stop after that fourth shooting. He goes on and goes to the manager's office. By the way, Bobby Stevens was shot in the jaw. So Nathan Dunlap had a thing about shooting people in the head, in their ear, on top of the head, and Bobby Stevens in the jaw. He did survive, but he does have some serious injuries because of that, that shooting. Then he forces the manager, the store manager, to unlock the safe. This is where you get to another aggravator where we're talking about gain. We have cruel and heinous. We have multiple murders, and now we're talking about gain. The gain in this, he goes into the talk to the store manager to unlock the safe. He's committed robbery. So the manager opens the safe, and he shoots the manager in the ear. Heinous, cruel, multiple murder. She survives the shooting, but she dies at the hospital. But he got away with $1,500 worth of cash. And he also got away with some game tokens. He was charged with first-degree murder, attempted murder, robbery, and theft, and he was sentenced to death. What side of history do you want to be on? If we abolish the death penalty for the 3 men that are on death row, the senators from Denver talked about that. It's in their bill. The bill says that the 3 men that are serving a death penalty, a death sentence on, in our correction facility, is not going to touch that. Not going to touch them. Well, you probably read the news or heard the news that our governor said that if the bill gets to his desk, he would sign it. And there's also news reports that says that he would commute their sentence. He's already breathed life into their cases by just telegraphing, I'm going to commute their sentence. And I haven't even shared with you the elements and the aggravators for murdering my son and his bride-to-be. But what I can tell you for sure that the people that are on death row serving a life sentence are guilty. So when you hear about what's going on outside the borders of Colorado, 271, 99, I don't know what their numbers are. We don't have those kinds of numbers in Colorado because of the aggravators. Not only do you have to have aggravators, but you have to have mitigating factors too. I haven't gotten to that. I will get to them, but you have to have a little bit of both. The governor said he was going to commute their sentence. So when you tell me that it's not going to impact the 3 that are currently serving time, I don't believe it. Let me tell you why. There's a case in Connecticut. Same thing happened. They abolished the death penalty for the people that were on death row. And the judge, the Supreme Court judge in that state said, if it's not good for future crimes, then it's illegal for them to execute that law for past crimes. There's already case law on that. Automatically, they can request a repeal to reduce their sentence. It just takes that request. So I don't buy that it's not going to impact the 3. It will. It will. There is a difference between fact and opinion and truth. The fact is, they're serving a life sentence, and if the governor signs the repeal, it is going to breathe life into those cases. Their sentences will be commuted to life in jail without the opportunity for parole. So I'm going to stop there and let other folks talk, and I will continue my comments.
Senator Tate. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, members, this issue is, in my own experience, inextricably tied to my service in the General Assembly. I have dealt with it. This will be the 12th session. There was some discussion in committee the other day about how many times the bill had actually been introduced to abolish the death penalty, but it was on the table all 12 of my sessions. Once again, it is here before us. I suppose human memory is an odd thing of what gets stirred up. I saw and greeted my, and for many of us, our former colleague, Representative Wes McKinley, this morning, who's back on the bench observing our debate, and thought of all of the debates we had in the House. And my first few weeks in the State House in my first session, I was tagged by then Minority Leader Mike May to go to Colorado Public Radio Station and debate Representative Paul Weissman about the death penalty. Those of you who served with Representative Weissman, a former member of this chamber as well, will remember his very passionate feelings on the abolition of the death penalty. So it was somewhat intimidating, but a great introduction to the issue to debate that on the radio with Representative Weissman. Why do I say all of that? Well, we have done this a lot, and we have discussed this a lot. And the arguments are all the same. They haven't changed in what is a total of 14 years, because I had a 2-year sabbatical. You can debate whether or not I should have come back, but some are happy I did, and some wish I hadn't. But that gets to be a decade and a half, and it preceded my service here, and each year I have thought that a bill to abolish the death penalty would probably pass, and what has been interesting is that it has not. It has failed, or it has not even been brought to the table. Why? There are probably a dozen explanations, but my own is that there are sufficient numbers of us in the legislature whose constituencies and our own personal beliefs about this issue favor the death penalty. Now, it is always interesting to me as well for my discovery that some of my conservative colleagues join with my friends across the aisle to vote for a bill that would abolish the death penalty, because there is some argument that they're pro-life and it would be contrary to their pro-life position to support the death penalty. I, too, believe myself to be pro-life. I will debate that issue on another day. But if I am, how is it? People say, Bob, how is it? Well, the fact is that as a society, I believe that it is our obligation to protect innocent life and to confront evil. And it is our obligation and responsibility to protect our society and to do so when there comes a time to afford due process and judgment of a properly constituted court and a jury, that in the rarest of circumstances, the death penalty is appropriate, because that is not an innocent life at that point. Now, some will say, well, and we hear this in committee often, what about all of those people who are later found innocent? And we hear of a case, and there are, I will concede to you, far too many in the history of our country of people who were subsequently found innocent or there was sufficient doubt. And if Colorado were like other states who have the death penalty, or some of the other states, and where we don't afford adequate representation, and it is, the death penalty is imposed all too quickly, adjudicated all too quickly, that is inappropriate. That is an injustice itself, and I would be the first to ensure and demand as a practicing attorney that adequate representation be afforded and that we do each and every possible thing to ensure that that adjudication is correct, fully considered, and just. That's what we do in Colorado. We have 3 people in the Department of Corrections who have been adjudged as guilty of murder in such heinous ways as to merit, if that is the right word, the death penalty. Prosecutors will tell you it is incredibly difficult. It's incredibly difficult to make that decision. You know, one of the things that always happens in committee, and emotions run high, and people are become captives of their own viewpoints, and I don't, on both sides of this issue. And so then you hear people say that district attorneys use this as just to use it as a plea bargain tool, and they push the death penalty, and they're all too quick to pursue the death penalty. And yet in Colorado, the process, even if that were the case for a district attorney, and I do not know any that do, in fact, the very conservative, if you will, law and order district attorneys that testified before us all testified about the difficulty and the thought that goes into making that decision in their communities. So our process in Colorado prevents it from being used as plea bargaining leverage. What you hear is defense counsel often recognizing that their client has committed a crime so heinous that it warrants the death penalty and could be one that a jury in Colorado, in a Colorado community, would adjudge the death penalty, makes the offer to avoid that. It is not something we do lightly in our state. Why do we do it? Well, in my own mind, and each of us has to answer that question for ourselves, why do we do it? In my own mind, the first reason is that there are certain crimes that, for the protection of society, for the protection of public safety, it is necessary. I think of these cases. Corrections officers on a daily basis are at risk. And when you have an inmate serving a life sentence, there really isn't any reason for that inmate. There's no deterrent. You can say, well, there are all sorts of things the system can do. You're not dealing with the member sitting next to you in these situations. You're dealing with someone who has already broken all of the morals and norms of our society. Maybe there were all of these mitigating factors, and maybe there were all of these reasons, but the reality is one doesn't arrive at life without parole in our court system without an awful lot of aggravating factors. Material witnesses in crimes. You know, there is no disincentive for someone who could be committed to life in prison by the testimony of a material witness. There is no reason for them not to seek the murder of that material witness. I mean, that can be a very rational decision, not a moral decision, but a rational decision by that perpetrator. And you say, well, you know, how is that different from any other murder? Well, that murder goes to the heart of our justice system and who will be willing to come and testify, who can and who will place themselves at risk to come and testify. We must protect them. The same of law enforcement officers. One death occurs at the scene, one murder has already occurred at the scene. This is already going bad. What's the downside at that point? We can talk about these and all of the what if and the what if, but in the larger context, there is an important deterrent aspect of the death penalty. Now you hear in testimony in committee, well, they, talking about perpetrators, they don't think that way. I don't know. I can't think that way myself, so I don't know what they think other than my experience in 35 years of practicing law is, and having been both a prosecutor and a defense counsel in what I refer to as a past life, I find that evil people can also be quite rational in their decisions, can be quite calculating in their decisions, maybe more so than you and I. You know, some of this debate comes down to questions of, well, should the state ever take a life? And I've spent an awful lot of my lifetime thinking about that question, more than you might imagine, simply because I was trained, again, in a past life or two ago as a military officer. And we spend an awful lot of time discussing just war theory and when can the state engage in warfare, which inevitably takes lives. And philosophically, religiously, however you want to define your moral framework, the answer is always you can do so to protect innocent life. Some would say spiritually, well, you can never do that. I'm a pacifist and I can't do that. And I respect that belief structure. I don't find it one to which I subscribe, because I believe that it is incumbent upon the society, the culture, and the state to protect its citizens. And I believe that the existence of the death penalty does that. Others of you believe it doesn't. I don't think we can resolve that. I believe you're wrong. I respect you personally, but I believe you're wrong. I'm sure you believe I'm wrong. But, you know, what we really, in the face of that kind of a decision, ought to do is not impose our belief upon our constituencies. We ought to ask them. We're not somehow more woke than they are. They read the newspaper in the morning or listen to the radio on the way to work. And when they hear about our debate, there's not a single one of them that doesn't have some reaction to it. I mean, if they're sort of paying attention, there's not a single one of them that doesn't say, well, I support the death penalty, or, you know, I think it's just wrong, or, you know, I really struggle with it. We ought to ask them. I mean, it's okay to ask them about everything else. We ask them about whether it's okay to sell cannabis. We ask them if it's okay to give money to political candidates in particular ways and particular times, and whether it's okay to have bear hunting season at particular times. I mean, we ask way too much, in my view. But people do petition things on the ballot, and they petition things on the ballot that are far less momentous than this, because they believe in our system of initiative and referendum that collectively, maybe not individually, but collectively they might know better than 100 of us under this dome, which is kind of an echo chamber. So why don't we ask them? I've said that 12 sessions now. I'm willing to ask. I might get an answer that I don't agree with. I often do. And I'll continue, if it's wrong, I'll continue to say I don't agree with it, but it's the law. And in a democratic society, that's what we have chosen as the best system. As Winston Churchill said, the worst system in the world, except when compared to all the others. Let's ask. And so, members, in a moment, I just placed an amendment on the desk.
Yes, thank you, Senator Gardner. There is an amendment at the desk. It's L012. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L012.
Mr. Carpenter.
Amendment L012 to Senate Bill 100%.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, members. L012 is very straightforward. It strikes the safety clause. It's a puzzle to me why there's a safety clause in this bill at all. I mean, how is it that we declare, after all these years, that the public health and safety is an immediate danger if we don't pass this bill? Really? If, heaven forbid, a heinous crime happens today somewhere in Colorado that a district attorney decided would warrant the death penalty, it wouldn't even come to trial before the ballot issue was voted on. And yet the sponsors have put a safety clause in this bill. Said, we got to stop the death penalty right now. We have a governor who has no inclination, so far as I can tell, to issue a warrant, and the last one didn't either, and we can debate whether that's right or appropriate or not. But we did. And so I move L012, Mr. Chair, to refer Senate Bill 100 to the people of Colorado under referendum. I believe we can respect their wishes. We will respect their wishes. It is an issue more momentous than any other. There may be those that have been equal, but there has been none higher for who we are as a society than this one. We ought to ask our citizens. We have a mechanism to do it. We have the ability to do it. I ask your support for L012.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you. Sorry. I rescind my time.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I request a title ruling on L012.
We will be in a senatorial 5. The committee will come back to order. There has been a request for a title ruling by the chair. The amendment L012 is a referendum to refer this measure to the people instead of the safety clause, section 15, page 16, lines 25 through 27. The chair is ruling that the title in this matter is concerning the repeal of the death penalty by the General Assembly, and therefore this proposed amendment L012 does not fit within the title. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I regret the ruling of the chair, accept the ruling of the chair. What it tells you is, by the way that the title was formulated, was that there are those who believe that we should not trust the voters of the state of Colorado with such a momentous decision. There are other ways to get there, and we will seek those ways to get there. I will yield to others who wish to comment on the merits of the bill, and as Governor Schwarzenegger used to say, I'll be back.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be brief at this point, and I have other things I'll bring up a little bit later. But I just wanted to respond briefly to the bill drafter, or the bill sponsor's comments earlier. And I have to tell you, we have two people in this chamber that have been experienced by murders in their life, and I cannot begin to imagine how painful it is. I will never say I feel your pain because I've never had a family member murdered. But I think that's the very reason why we need to keep this bill. I have seen it secondhand in my 30 years of law enforcement and my 5 years as a homicide detective, in my 4 additional years as the detective sergeant that oversaw the homicides. So I've seen what it does to families, and I've seen the pain that it causes to the victims' families. And again, we have 2 members here that have suffered horrible pain. And again, I can only understand or try to understand what they're going through. But that very reason is why we need to keep the bill. One family will only have closure when her son's murderer are put to death. That's their closure. They need this. The other family, their closure is when the person gets caught and put away in prison for life. I can respect both of those opinions, and I do respect both of those opinions. But why are we shutting the door on the countless families that seek justice for their members or their family members and feel that they can only get justice and closure with the death of their murderers? The other thing I want to comment on, it was called murder by the state. That statement is so untrue because there is such a thing called justifiable homicide. You take it to the logical conclusion and you say, look, you know, what right do I have to kill anybody? Even though my life is being threatened and I kill somebody that's threatening my life, do I have that right to do it? Yes, because it's justified. And going down that road, does the state have the right to execute somebody? That would be like saying, you know what, we can never go to war, even if the war is justified. Because what right does the government have to kill somebody else, even if the war is justified? I think back to the Civil War, where we lost 600,000 Americans defending the right for people to be free, to abolish slavery. Can we say that the state was wrong in that war? World War II. Was the state wrong? Was the government wrong in joining that war after our country was attacked and Nazi Germany was killing millions and millions of Jews? No, it's justified. There are some crimes that are just so heinous that the state has a right and is justified in protecting society from those people. Yes, we do have 3 people on death row. And it was mentioned earlier that this bill is very disingenuous when it says that it only applies to homicides or murders going forward from a certain date. As it was said earlier, the governor has already said he will commute the 3 murderers' sentence. So that's a red herring. So I just wanted to comment on those issues that were brought up in the opening statement, and I will defer it back because I have other things I'd like to say and other arguments, but I will stop there and defer to somebody else that would like to speak.
Senator Sonnenberg, then Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, let me start by saying thank you to each and every one of you for the respect you're showing in this second reading. This is an uncommon, this is like third reading atmosphere here. So thank you very much for paying attention and listening to this discussion. Thank you to the sponsors for bringing this discussion again, and it's an important discussion we have. And there have been several points that have been brought up that I would like to address and emphasize. I'll start with the religious points that were brought up by my friends across the aisle on how faith guides much of our actions down here, and I'm one of those as well. So let me look into what faith and religion and Christianity, those that believe Jesus Christ is salvation for us, and what it says in the Bible. In Genesis, it starts out by saying, "Whoever sheds the blood of man, by the man shall his blood be shed." And of course, then we can talk about Jesus came into the world of loving forgiveness. But yet, when Pontius Pilate was making the decision on whether or not to crucify Jesus, Jesus told him, "The power to make this decision has been given to you by God." In Matthew, Jesus even says, and takes it to a new level, "He who speaks evil of father or mother, let him surely die." In Matthew, it also tells us, "Whatever measure you deal out to others will be dealt back to you." Those are important thoughts, those are important verses, and those are important aspects of the Bible. Those of us that want to utilize that roadmap for our decision today. But let me talk about some of the other things that have been brought up. Let's talk about, and it's been brought up before, the potential to use this as another tool to help in prosecutions. You've already heard that what is the disadvantage, what is to stop someone knowing that they are in prison for life for doing something else heinous. My good friend from Denver, who spoke adamantly about this subject. Let me give you another example. We have a case right now in Pueblo of a young lady and her baby who were murdered, but they don't know where they are. There's been a person been arrested. The trial has been delayed. if the death penalty was not available to this district attorney, what avenue would the district attorney use or try to use to get somebody to say, look, this family needs closure. Tell us what you did with the body. We'll be celebrating Kelsey's life next week on Missing Persons Day. And if the district attorney does not have the ability to say, look, I'll take the death penalty away, just give you life in prison, if you just tell us what you did with Kelsey, what avenue does he have and what incentive does the perpetrator have to give up any information or to have that discussion? I'm going to cut short here and just ask you to think about one simple question. And I'm sure there'll be an answer. And then I'll go sit down and let others speak. And then possibly come up later to emphasize some other points. But let me point out that if you truly, truly believe that putting to someone to death on death row, why would this bill not include the 3 people that are already on death row? Why would you not exclude them from being put to death if you truly believe that the death penalty is wrong? I don't like seeing us use the death penalty, but I think it's important that we have that tool. And if we have that tool, and the proponents indeed believe that the death penalty is wrong, then it should include removing 3 people from death row. Now, I would disagree with that. I would vote against that. But then again, I'm going to vote against the bill anyhow because I believe that tool is important, and I believe that the Bible tells me the direction I need to go and why the death penalty is important to society. Ask for your no vote on the bill.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would like to thank the good senator, I believe from Sterling, for talking about the 3 offenders that are currently serving a death sentence. What you should know about the state of Colorado is that we have the highest legal standard in the nation for a DA to seek the death penalty. The evidence has to be overwhelming. And we already went through some of the aggravators that have to be proven. And they must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And I'm not a lawyer, so maybe one of our country lawyers can come up here and maybe explain what reasonable doubt is. But it is a high standard, and it's a common standard that's used because everyone in our system is proven you're innocent until you're proven guilty. And the prosecution is the one that has to prove the merits of the case. It's not easy. But in my son's case, I just want to explain to you the aggravators that was used in his murder case. Remember, it was a double homicide. It was murder in the first degree after deliberation. Not once, twice. Because the offenders killed really 3 people. But regarding my son and his bride-to-be, first-degree murder 2 times for Vivian and for Javad. Conspiracy to commit murder. The solicitation of murder. Basically, what one of the offenders did is they put a hit out on my son. And another offender who's serving time did it. He was the actual shooter. The other aggravator was that he was a witness for a crime. and he was intimidated. When you think about that, and also has violation of bail bond, so those are other aggravators that's not associated with the death penalty, but there were other charges that he was found guilty of. Members, we can't have anyone going around killing witnesses. If you kill a witness, you're undermining our criminal justice system, because how we solve crimes is based on what people see and what they hear. If you don't have witnesses coming forward to sit on that witness stand and to share their testimony, you're not elevating the facts for truth. We have the highest standards. And not every DA chooses to seek the death penalty, because when they do choose it, they want to make sure they can prove it. So it's not used that often, which is a good thing, that it's not used that often. And so if it's not used that often, what is the risk in removing it? If Denver doesn't want to use the option of the death penalty, or Boulder doesn't want to use the death penalty as an option, they don't have to pursue it. But why would you take that option away from El Paso County? Why would you want to take it away from Arapahoe County? Why would you want to take it away from Weld County? Why are we forcing and mandating a repeal that everyone has to abide by? If these locations don't want to do it, don't do it. These DAs were elected to serve their community. They know their community. They know the neighbors. They know the business community. They're involved with the chambers of Congress. They don't need us telling them how to handle public safety. I can remember when the Aurora Theater shooting happened. It rocked our community. There's some places that just should be sacred. You should be able to go to your synagogue and not be fearful that someone's going to come in there and shoot you up. You should be able to go to the mall. You should be able to go to a concert. You should be able to go to your church. You should be able to go to your school. And we have crimes that are committed that are so heinous and so cruel. Why are we removing this option for an elected DA to pursue if they want to? Denver, Boulder, if you don't want to exercise that option for your citizens, go right ahead. But don't take it away from Arapahoe County or the other 64 counties that are out there. We just had the senator from El Paso County say, let the people decide. That's right. They have already decided twice at the ballot box. 69% of the people in Colorado want to have that option. What are we afraid of? Why are we taking that option away from our elected DAs when they know and understand their communities, and you're trying to tie their hands? Let the people decide. So I support that amendment that did fail. There was a ruling that it didn't fit under the bill title. But I support that. Let the people decide. We all believe in democracy. That's how we got most of our laws, sometimes ballot initiatives. Let the people decide. The people in Colorado do want to uphold the death penalty. But the good senator from Sterling was talking about the three that are on serving a life sentence right now. And so I do like to offer an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. L008, Mr. Carpenter.
Amendment L008, Senate Bill 100 by Senator Fields.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I would like to refer you to page 2 of the bill, line 10, because this amendment speaks to the 3 offenders that are currently on death row. And the section basically says that with the passing of this amendment, that it does not apply to the currently folks, the 3 offenders that are on death row right now, or having a death sentence. So anyone that's currently serving a death sentence at the time of the passage of this bill, it's valid that they will not be part of any kind of commuting of sentence. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Fields, could you please move L008?
I move Amendment L008.
Is there any further discussion on L008? Seeing no further discussion on L008, the question before the body is the adoption of L008. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L008 fails. Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is really a sad day. This is a sad day not only for me, but for the state of Colorado. We are a state of law. We are a state that is governed by law. And what this bill is proposing is you're taking away an opportunity for elected DAs to do their job. It's a sad day. And what you just voted no on is another reflection on how we're going to look back on history on your vote. Basically, what your vote tells me is that the 3 people that are serving a death sentence will have the opportunity for their sentence to be voided and commuted. Well, that doesn't feel very good. That amendment wouldn't have hurt anybody. It will just keep the status quo for those who are serving a death sentence. That's really good validation in reference to the logic and the thinking. Basically, what you're saying to me is not only is it important not to have it for new crimes, then it comes to those who are serving a life sentence, a death sentence, it's going to apply to them too. That hurts. They committed first-degree murder, ambushed, because he was a witness. And his bride-to-be was just sitting in the passenger seat. And she was murdered as well. And you're telling me that those 2 lives aren't worth anything? After a jury came back unanimously, that's another one of the factors that are associated with the death penalty, is every single juror has to come back and agreeing. If one person disagrees, just one, the sentence can't be served. It's unusual for 12 people to agree to issue a sentence of death. It's not easy, but the prosecution did it not once, but twice. Why? Because of the evidence. There was DNA evidence, there was witnesses there, 7 weeks, 10 weeks of trials for 3 different people. a lot of work and labor went into the prosecuting of this case. Police department examined the crime scene. They collected all the evidence, put it together, packaged it, gave it to the DA. They prosecuted this case, and you guys are saying that's not valid enough. So I want to get into a little bit more about what it takes to seek the death penalty. We talked about the aggravating factors. And in my son's case, there were 5. In the Dunlap case, there were 4. Now, there's some cases that are eligible for the death penalty, but it's not sought for a variety of different reasons. Someone was talking about, it's the Chris Whatley case. I don't know if you remember this. This is a horrible crime. This is a crime where Chris Watts, he killed his wife, who was pregnant. That's an aggravator. If you look at the aggravating circumstances, look in your criminal code book, I think it's statute number 18. If you kill a pregnant woman, that is one of the aggravators. Chris Watts killed his pregnant wife, and then he killed his 2 young baby girls. Really? You want to be on the side of history, protecting somebody like that? Killed his pregnant wife and plus his 2 baby girls. This was in Frederick, Colorado. Now, DAs don't use the death penalty to solicit information. What traditionally happens, what happens is that the person's defense attorney will come to the DA and they'll say something like this: I want to avoid the death penalty, and I'll tell you where the body is. I've talked to DAs, they don't use it as a bargaining chip. Typically, it comes from the defense attorney, and the defense attorney will give that to the DA, and the DA then will say they'll consider it based on the information they will provide. But what the DA was able to get from this Chris Watts guy is where his pregnant wife was at, where he placed the body, and then they found the 2 baby girls in an abandoned gas well. And so the state did not have to be involved in a death penalty case. He's serving life in jail without the potential of parole, but he chose that. He came to the DA. He provided that information. I'll tell you where the bodies are if you just let me live. So he's watching cable. You know, you have cable in prison. He probably has money on his books. He was having an affair. I don't know if she's visiting him or not. He gets 3 meals a day. He has health care. We do his laundry. And the state is paying for that. I believe in local control, and I support that we do not abolish the death penalty. Another case. Some of these cases are really, really, really sad. But evil does exist. And we need to have a way to address the evil that we're confronted with. Now, my colleagues came up here and they talked about costs. Remember, have you been hearing people say that it costs too much to defend a death penalty case? I've heard it. Did you look at the physical note? Where is the money? Some people say it's a $3.5 I read an article that a death penalty case costs $3.1 million. Where is the money? Did you see? There's no savings. There's no savings. There's no savings. Where is the money you're saving? Where is the budget line item that I can take from the Office of Public Defenders? Where is the money? It says here on page 2, we would save the Office of Defense Counsel. Their workload is $270,000 per death penalty case. Where's the millions of dollars? Why can't I go to JBC and see the money that the Office of the State Public Defender, they didn't even put down an amount. Look, they have down here that they have about $86,000. Where is the money? You said you're going to save the state some money. If I look at this calculation, it's less than $500,000. Where are we saving money? And I've talked to the folks that produce this. It's a wash. First of all, we don't seek it that often. There is no money. And if there is money, I'm going to be offering an amendment that says we need to cough up the money that the Office of the State Public Defender and the Office of Alternative Defense Counsel, they need to give up some funds. Why should they keep their funds when there's this claim that we're saving all this money and there's no savings? If there are savings, let's give some of the money to victim services. Let's give the money to support those who might need treatment as it relates to dealing with the addiction. This is like, where is the money? So I'd like to offer an amendment.
There's an amendment at the desk. L009, Mr. Carpenter.
Amendment L009, Senate Bill 100.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L009.
Please proceed.
Members, I talked earlier about there's a difference between truth, facts, and opinion. We've heard lots of opinion about how much the death penalty costs. Where is the money? Where is the money we're saving? That's somebody's opinion that's not founded in fact. Look at the note. There's no money. So what this amendment does, it says that because the money is so low, it says that the state public defender should decrease their budget by $172,000 because that's all they reported they were saving. I wish I could ask for more, but that's what the analysts came up with, $172,000. Give it up. So that's what Amendment L007 will do. I'm asking that that money be returned to the general fund. I ask for an aye vote.
And we are on L009. Would anyone like to further discuss L009? Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I think we've gotten a little bit maybe outside the bounds of what our goals are here on both sides by making this issue about money. Our system of justice, our system of what we do as a third branch of government has, from the get-go, from the inception of our country, been a statement that money and efficiency are not the prime movers of justice. Maybe the first time in history when you look at that. And I think maybe both sides have harmed their arguments by trying to talk about money savings, money spent on this front. When we look at our system, the idea of innocence until proven guilty is a very expensive proposition. The idea of a guaranteed trial by your peers is a very expensive proposition. The idea that the pursuit of justice is about dollars and cents, it can be made, and it's done, but I think it actually harms the overall argument. I'd look at this amendment and I say, this doesn't change anyone's relative view of the higher values. And when I say higher, I don't mean that money is lower, we shouldn't consider it here, but higher values being these ideas of what's the foundation, what's the framework of what we're getting at here. And those higher values in this case are life and justice. Complicated issues that, despite our best efforts, we probably won't solve here today. Maybe tomorrow, but probably not today. Right? These are things that society has been discussing for all of its history. It's the fundamental ideas that we wrestle with. And to suggest that these higher ideas are going to be swayed by $172,000 for or against, I think is actually, I think it harms our argument overall. It harms the argument that a reflection of what life is and the inherent intrinsic value of that life. It also harms the notion of what intrinsic and inherent justice is. So my suggestion is, regardless of what you think on the fiscal aspect of this amendment doesn't change anyone's support of this bill. This amendment doesn't help anyone get to a better position of support. It doesn't push anyone away from supporting the bill or push anyone away from rejecting the bill, because the bill is about the fundamental issue of justice and life. And my personal opinion is, however you vote on this, I think it's a distraction, and a distraction that really doesn't change any of our debate up here. So respectfully, I will vote no on it, and respectfully, I think we should focus our discussion more on justice and life and what our role is in this, because our Constitution gives us a role in this, our history gives us a role in this, and I think this is a distraction from that.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and colleagues. I just want to speak to the challenges of Amendment L009. As you can see in your fiscal note on this bill, the proposed cost savings that are outlined in the fiscal note are workload savings. They are not actual dollars. And so, this is routinely an issue that we have a difficult time with on the Joint Budget Committee, because how do you pin a certain dollar value to someone's time and to the benefit and to the work that they provide for the state? And so, we are making, I think, an educated guess that the state would possibly incur savings of $172,000, but we simply can't say that definitively. And for that reason, I would encourage a no vote on L009.
Mr. Minority Leader, then Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I asked for an aye vote on L009, and I appreciate the good senator from Aurora bringing the amendment, offering it, moving it. At the beginning of her statement today, she asked the bill sponsors to come explain why this bill's necessary, why run this bill. And when she offered that challenge, I went and read the bill summary, which typically provides someone who's unfamiliar with a given bill an explanation of what the bill does and possibly why. This one has 2 sentences. The bill repeals the death penalty in Colorado for offenses charged on or after July 1st, 2020, and makes conforming amendments. So do we have some argument there as to the policy merits of this bill? No. Does it address the fiscal merits of this bill? No. So we turn to the pink fiscal note that's provided for every bill, and we go and look at this, and there isn't a whole lot of information as far as numbers. And I appreciate the good senator from Aurora coming up with a number. Because the way I look at this bill and the history of this alleged death penalty in Colorado, I don't think this bill saves lives because we don't execute people in Colorado. It is a tool that district attorneys, prosecutors can use, and I think the good senator from Aurora has given us an excellent example of where a defense attorney came and said, my client wants to provide information to avoid something that doesn't really ever happen here anymore. So, if it isn't going to save lives, will it save money? And thank you, Senator. I'm proud to stand with you again. This kind of pulls the wool off that. No. How many millions of dollars will it save? Well, it looks like it might save, maybe, theoretically, might save the people of Colorado $172,000. I guess that's the cost of taking this tool away from district attorneys in Colorado, of not being able to leverage the power of $172,000 in order to get evidence, information from someone who's being charged with murder to help solve a crime. I think that's a steal, and ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to mention to the senator from Colorado Springs that this amendment is not a distraction. And our discussion is not a distraction. And it's frustrating to hear those kinds of words, that this debate is about a distraction. It shouldn't be about money. Well, when you talk about justice and when you talk about criminal justice system, you cannot have a discussion unless you talk about money. Have you seen our budget and how much we spend in the Department of Correction? They have a large portion of our general funds that we give them every year. This is not a distraction, and you really can't put a price tag on justice, especially when it comes to the life of my son. His life meant something to me and my family. And this conversation about money is important to have. And we're talking about Amendment L009 and this whole concept about the death penalty costs so much. You all received this document on your desk. It's produced by Colorado ACLU. Okay? Go to page 19. Go to page 19. 3.5 million. That's what they're saying. 3.5 million. And then when it goes down, it goes on and it talks about the Office of the State Public Defender. I mean, there's money that's involved. It's just not reflected in this bill, and I want the money. I want the money in our general funds. And I don't think that this note is reflective of the savings. There's something not right with this. And I don't think this is a distraction. I think this is a worthy conversation to be having, because where is the money? If you have ACLU saying 3.5 million, and I'm coming up with less than 500,000, there's something wrong with the math. And so I urge an aye vote on L009, because you can't put a price tag, I don't think, on the justice for someone who's been victimized by first-degree murder.
Senator Gonzalez, then Senator Cook, then Senator Hill.
Thank you, colleagues. During testimony, In our Judiciary Committee hearing, we actually heard from litigators who presented a stack of paper over a foot tall. And that was one motion in one capital case. And to its side, there was a stack, maybe, I'm going to be generous and say maybe 4 inches deep, 4 inches tall. And that stack of papers was well over 20 completed appeals. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of the amendment. I agree with the good senator from Aurora. It is not a distraction, and unfortunately I have to disagree with my good friend from El Paso County. Our entire system is wrought based on money. That's why people that can afford it go out and get the best attorneys. That's why people who can't afford good attorneys get other attorneys. So our whole system is based on money. And we did hear in committee, and this is one reason, another reason why I support this amendment so much, we did hear in committee from somebody that said, you know what, just think of all that money that we're saving, we can put that money back into cold cases. We could put that money back into the communities to help the DAs. We can put all that money back into the system. And that was one of their arguments. And so now I really appreciate this coming forward to say, you know what, we're going to put a little bit of that money. I wish it was $3.5 million. If that's how much it costs, let's put $3.5 million back into the budgets of every DA in this county or in this state. But it's only $172,000. But let's put it back in where it belongs, back into, well, maybe not the general fund, but let's give it to the DAs in this state. So I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Hill.
Colleagues, I agree with actually many of the statements on both sides, which is why I try to get up and say this discussion about the value of this bill is a distraction. I think it continues to be a distraction. It was said, and I agree completely, that you can't put a price tag on justice. And yet that's exactly what this amendment does. This amendment says justice is worth $172,000. And my contention that it's a distraction is that I think we could go down the list and say whether it's $172,000 or $3.5 million or $35 million candidly would not change anyone's support of this bill for or against. And I would also offer that if it did change your support of this bill for or against, it's probably for the wrong reasons, because the debate here isn't a fiscal debate. Just like the debate of going past on these higher virtue issues, higher value issues, is not about the fiscal note. It wasn't about the fiscal note for what's the value of a trial by your peers. It's not about the fiscal note to say what's the value of innocent until proven guilty. And genuinely, I'm not trying to make an argument for or against this bill by saying this. But it is up to us to recognize when we consider the fiscal note and when we look at a fiscal note and say that has nothing to do with the decision that we're tasked with making. And in this bill, in this case, the fiscal note and this amendment working to drive a very small fiscal note should have nothing to do, and I think it does have nothing to do with our support of this bill, which is why I'll ask for a no vote on this amendment, both from those who support the bill and those who don't support the bill, because you know deep down in your heart, your vote on this doesn't have to do with $172,000.
Is there further discussion regarding L009? Seeing none, then the question before us is the adoption of L009 to Senate Bill 100. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no.
The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Senator Gonzalez.
Sorry, I'm going to move these things because I don't know what they are. Is this yours? I want to thank my colleagues for a thoughtful conversation that in a respectful conversation that we've had thus far. I have been, along with my colleagues, working to approach this policy in a way that really centers the victims of capital punishment, the victims of murder, the victims of cold cases. How do we, as a society, and how do we as a state value their thoughts and opinions? In our committee testimony on Monday, we heard from victims' family members. Over a dozen people came, took time out of their day to sit and share their stories with us as a committee. My colleague, the good senator from Aurora, walked us through all of the aggravating factors. We heard from people, murder victim family members whose murderers did not fall under those aggravators. We also heard from people whose murderers actually did fall under those aggravating factors. We heard from Tim Ricard. His loved one, Mary Ricard, was a corrections officer, killed in the line of duty. And in honoring her memory, he advocated that the death penalty not be pursued because she believed that all human beings have worth and all human beings are worthy of redemption. That's not me standing here saying that. I'm not even sure if that's Tim saying that. That was the victim herself. He shared in his testimony, how she had left a job working at a bakery, and she came to him one day and said, "I'm not doing enough to give back to our community." And that's why she began to work at the correctional facility. He, along with 65 others, have signed on to a letter stating, in part, we never asked to be in this position and would do anything to change it. Nothing can erase the pain that a senseless act of violence brought into our lives, but we can honor the memory of our loved ones and other families who face tragedy by working for effective responses to violence. The reality of the death penalty is that it drags on for decades. In Colorado, only one person has been executed in more than 50 years. Victims' families in capital cases go back to court for years on end, where the press replays the details of the crime again and again. The result is that the defendant is turned into the celebrity while the victim's family waits for justice that never comes. This system burdens the justice system, taking resources from both programs that are proven to improve public safety and also from solving over the 1,300 homicide cold cases in Colorado. And then this is what is also particularly interesting. The victims' family members themselves say, the death penalty is said to be reserved for particularly heinous murders. We have difficulty understanding this position. The implication, and this has been discussed at length here today, the implication is that other murders are ordinary. From experience, we can tell you that every murder is heinous to the family of the victim. I want us to recenter ourselves and talk about those individuals. There are 539 convicted murderers in the state of Colorado, and only 3 of those convicted murderers are on death row. There was an argument made earlier this morning about the importance of local control, or alternatively, this idea that we are imposing sentencing on prosecutors. You also have on your desks this morning a letter from 27 different prosecuting attorneys and Department of Justice officials who refute strongly. This is not me coming and telling you this. This is the people who live and work and are faced with these decisions right here in our state of Colorado. We've heard a lot of argument this morning around the idea that we need to have this on the books as a bargaining chip, as a tool. And prosecutors themselves are arguing quote, whatever one may think about the merits of the death penalty, using this ultimate sanction as a threat to leverage pleas is both unethical and may increase the instances of unjust and unreliable convictions. Now, here's why that matters. Colorado has already executed a man who is likely innocent. There's the case of Joe Arity, a man who was severely mentally disabled, who was executed, falsely accused, wrongfully convicted, and wrongfully executed for the 1936 rape and murder of Dorothy Drain. In 2011, he received a full and unconditional posthumous pardon. But that potential that someone may be pressured into accepting a plea, it's not theoretical. It has happened in our state. there's also the case of a man who was charged, convicted, and later exonerated. He was not sentenced to capital punishment, but he was sentenced to life in prison. And that's the case of Timothy Masters. On February 11th, 1987, the body of 37-year-old Peggy Hetrick was found in a field in Fort Collins, Colorado. At the time, Timothy Masters was 15 years old. No physical evidence linked him to the crime. In 1998, he was charged with murder. In 1999, was found guilty by a jury and sentenced to life in prison. On January 18th, 2008, prosecutors admitted that certain evidence had been withheld from Masters' defense lawyers. On January, and prosecutors announced that the DNA tests pointed to a different suspect after over a decade spent in the Department of Corrections. This idea that our justice system is perfect. Colleagues, I wish it were, but it's not. We heard testimony in committee from an exoneree, a man who had been tried, convicted, sentenced, and exonerated. In this argument and in this debate as to whether the criminal justice system is perfect and gonna get it right, and for that reason we ought to keep the death penalty on the books so it can be used as a negotiating tool, I don't agree with. That's why we're putting forward Senate Bill 100, and I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The senator from Denver just described to you what happens when people are convicted of murder. The process that's involved with it. I think she said there was 539 cases, and some of them were found innocent or whatever. But this is about the death penalty. This is not about someone who has been charged and convicted of murder. Those are two separate things. It's not the same. You have to announce, the DA has to announce that they're seeking the death penalty. So the scenarios that you're describing is not about Senate Bill 100. Not all murder is the same. Remember what I said earlier? That you have to be able to meet those high standards as it relates to the 17 aggravators? Those elements have to be met. So not every person that commits murder will the DA seek it. And you also mentioned that some of them choose not to. Okay, that's your prerogative. I already mentioned that earlier. If Denver wants to do it, or Boulder wants to do it, or whoever doesn't want to do it, fine. But I don't think that should be a mandate on counties that want to do what they believe that's right for their community. You mentioned how the justice system takes a long time. Yeah, it does. The wheels of justice turn slow, but they also bend towards justice. But it's slow. It's not like watching Law and Order and the case is solved in 30 minutes. Our justice system, you don't solve a crime in 30 minutes. Convicted, they go to jail. Yes, it takes a time. And the reason death penalty cases take so much time is because we want to make sure that we follow the law. And the law is really clear in reference to appeals and what has to be done before you get to that final point that death sentence will be upheld. Yes, it takes time. It does take time, unless you want a speedy trial. We're talking about the death penalty. And it takes time because it's going to be appealed. There's a lot of factors that go on it. Why do I know? Because I've been through it. I'm still going through it. And it's nothing I can really do about it because that's the way our system is set up. So what I wanted to do is to just kind of tell you a little bit about what goes into a decision when a DA decides to seek the death penalty and how the family is involved. Because you had mentioned some situations where the family didn't want it, didn't want to pursue it. That's fine. You don't have to want it. And that information would be used as the DA decides if he wants to pursue it or not. It's not mandated. In our statutes, it's very clear what the DA must do when determining if they're going to move forward with a death penalty case. They do involve the victim's family. They're required to do it. And they're not held hostage. And some families don't want to. It's okay. First of all, the DA, based on the constitutionality of the statute, are required to meet with the victims to get their consideration in their decision. What they do is they sit down with the family concerning the death penalty and what it's going to take. There's no surprises. It takes time. And it takes more than a year. It takes more than 2 years. It takes more than 3 years. It takes time. And they explain to you why it takes time. At that time, the victim's family gets an opportunity to share their thoughts and opinions about the process. They also talk about post-conviction in reference to after the verdict that comes back guilty, what happens next. I didn't know any of this stuff. But they explain that to you as well. So you don't walk into this scenario as a victim in a family blindsided. You're informed. I had an opportunity to ask questions. And I was glad that I had the mother of the other victim with me. We made that decision together. We walked into it together. They didn't try to trick us, fool us. And the statute says that this is required. During that time, the DA doesn't tell you everything about the case, but they do give you a little bit of the history regarding the foundation of the charges. So we clearly understood the foundation of the charges, which was first-degree murder, and why they wanted to seek the death sentence. The reason why, and the rationale they gave us, is because the two defendants were already in jail. Remember, that's one of the aggravators. They were already in jail serving a life sentence for murdering my son's best friend, who he witnessed the murder, and he was supposed to testify. Never got a chance. So then it was come time, what are we going to do? They're already serving time. You heard one of my other colleagues talking about, if they're already serving, what do they have to lose if they're already serving time? So in that conversation with the DA, and this is in our Constitution, what the DA is required to do, what's left? Life on top of life? And they explained what the option would be. In my view, my son's life and his fiancée had value. And there was nothing more that they could render in his case because he was already serving life. So the DA decided to seek the death sentence. Then he told me what the aggravating factors were, why it met that criteria. And it had to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. No DA wants to pursue a death sentence if they can't prove it. And they also talked about the mitigating factors. And mitigating factors can be anything. But I can tell you that the DA that sought the death sentence in my case, one of the factors wasn't race. Because that's not an aggravated factor. The color of your skin is not one of the factors that go in determining somebody's sentence. That would be discriminatory. So we've heard about the cost. See, there's none. We've had some discussion saying that it's arbitrary and it is only given to black people. Well, that's not one of the aggravating factors, the color of your skin. It's not used. What they look at is the aggravators, double homicide, murder, ambush. It's not race. What other factors do they use? They also talk about the jury selection process, how it works, and what it takes to get a unanimous conviction from the jury members. So I just mentioned all that because it's important that you know that family members are keenly engaged and plugged in with the decision that's being made. And so what you're hearing, it was not my experience. But I do know what's in law. And the family is consulted.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of things I want to point out, and again, regarding the comments just a few minutes ago from the bill sponsor. And again, I submit to you the reason we need to keep the death penalty was the very reason she said. We had in testimony a family, a husband of a corrections officer that was killed. They did not want to seek the death penalty. That's how they got closure. So again, we have two people under this dome that suffered a heinous crime against their loved ones. And they want the option of the death penalty for them to get closure. Why are we taking that away from them? It was also mentioned that there was a letter signed by, I believe it was 65 corrections officers. What about the 3,000 plus corrections officers? I can only imagine that there's probably a lot more that support the death penalty. And again, it was argued that this drags on and on and on. I find it ironic because the proponents of doing away with the death penalty, they're the reason it drags on and on and on. It's called delay, delay, delay. And they're the reason why it costs so much, but they're the ones that bring up the argument. They want it both ways. They say, well, it's too expensive and it goes on too long. That's why we ought to do with it, but they're the reason it is expensive. She also mentioned 1,300 cold cases, that money could be used to help with those 1,300 cold cases. Well, we just had an amendment to put $172,000 back into the general fund, and that money could have been used to solve those cold cases. She also mentioned that there are, I believe it was over 500 people that are convicted of murder in this state, but only 3 on death row, which kind of confused me a little bit because I'm thinking, does that mean she thinks all of them should be on death row? If we have 500 people that here are murderers, shouldn't they all be on death row? If that's the case, that's the argument I got from her. And then the 2 cases she mentioned, from 1936, somebody was convicted wrongly. Have there been no advances in the court system since 1936? Have there been no advances in the judicial system, in science, in DNA collection and evidence, in prosecution since 1936? I submit to you that there has been, and a very good advancements in our judicial system to make sure that doesn't happen again. She also mentioned Tim Masters up in Larimer County, Fort Collins. Yes, he was wrongly convicted, did not get the death penalty. He was wrongly convicted. But because of those advancements in our system, the system worked. He was found, he got a new trial, and he was cleared because of those advancements. So the system does work. And so there's no need to change the death penalty when we have a system that is working. Now, we heard in committee, let me back up. Yeah, we heard in committee, though, a lot of things. And it reminded me of a quote by Mark Twain. Mark Twain said, "First get your facts, and then distort them how you please." And that's what happens. That's what happened in committee. Facts were distorted. We heard that the Colorado death penalty is racist. Not so. Sure, the 3 people on death row are all African American, but 2 of them killed 2 African Americans. That doesn't sound racist to me, and if the good senator from Aurora wants to go into that later, I'll leave that up to her. So it's not racist, but they used a report out of DU that was refuted and rejected several times. Now, the authors of that report said, oh, it was refuted by George Brockler. No, it was not refuted and rejected by George Brockler. It was refuted by the District Court of the County of Denver. And this is what they said about that study that said that they were trying to say the death penalty is unconstitutional, and they used race as a reason. And this is what they said about that study from DU. There are a number of concerns raised by the methodology of the death eligibility in Colorado study, some minor and some significant. In such regard, it is clear that it is not an unbiased study, but one designed to provide support for a particular position and designed to reach an anticipated conclusion. That's not George Brockler. He repeated it. That's Denver District Court. They said that race is not a factor in the death penalty here in Colorado. In that same court decision, they wrote this: "The mere fact that the death penalty is infrequently imposed is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt that it is necessarily imposed arbitrarily and capriciously. To the contrary, the facts of the cases in Colorado in which defendants have received the death penalty, even initially under our current capital sentencing scheme, uniformly involves the worst type of murderers and the most reprehensible defendants." That's coming from a Denver District Court. They also said there is simply no evidence that the death penalty is imposed in Colorado for any murder other than those that are so grievous of affront to humanity that the only adequate response may be the death penalty. That's not Weld County Court or El Paso County Court. That's a Denver District Court judge. We heard from the good senator from Aurora that it is very difficult, and it is. It is so extremely difficult, and that's how it should be. It should not be easy to put somebody to death. Again, another court decision on what they had to say out of Aurora, because again, they were trying to say the death penalty is unconstitutional. And this was for James Holmes, and the Arapahoe County Court said this. Well, first off, they said it's not unconstitutional, the death penalty. It does not violate the 8th Amendment. But this is how difficult it is. Colorado capital sentencing schemes consist of 4 stages. In the first stage, the jury must determine whether the prosecution has proven the existence of at least one statutorily specified aggravator beyond a reasonable doubt. The good senator from Aurora mentioned those aggravators. In the second stage, the jury must decide whether any mitigating factors exist. I'm going to talk a little bit about the mitigating factors here in a minute. In the third stage, based on mitigating evidence presented to the jury, must assess whether mitigating factors exist which outweigh any aggravating factors or factors found to exist. So we have a list of aggravators and a list of mitigators. And the jury has to decide which one they want to use. But then, after all that, if the jury finds that mitigating factors do not outweigh the statutory specified aggravators, the jury moves to a fourth and final stage to determine whether the defendant should be sentenced to death or life imprisonment without parole. Again, a district judge saying that the death penalty is reserved for the worst of the worst, and it's very difficult to get that death penalty. So some of the mitigators. The age of the defendant. Timothy Masters was 15. I don't know if that's why he did not receive the death penalty, but evidently they didn't find enough there to even go after it. The defendant's capability to appreciate wrongfulness of the defendant's conduct or to conform the defendant's conduct to the requirements of law was significantly impaired, but not so impaired as to constitute a defense to prosecution. The defendant was under unusual and substantial duress, although not such duress as to constitute a defense to prosecution. The defendant was a principal in an offense which was committed by another, but the defendant's participation was relatively minor, although not so minor as to avoid prosecution. The defendant could not reasonably have foreseen that the defendant's conduct in the course of the commission of the offense for which the defendant was convicted would cause or would create a grave risk of causing death to another person. The emotional state of the defendant at the time the crime was committed. That's pretty broad. That's pretty open, an emotional state. The extent of the defendant's cooperation with law enforcement officers or agencies and with the Office of Prosecuting District Attorney, or under the influence of drugs or alcohol. The good faith through although mistaken, belief by the defendant that circumstances existed which constituted a moral justification for the defendant's conduct. The defendant is not continuing threat to society or other evidence which, in the court's opinion, bears on the question of mitigation for the purpose of this section. So we have a whole list of mitigators, and we have aggravators. And the DA has to show that there are more aggravating factors than mitigating. And if the judge doesn't think that the other aggravators there justify the death penalty, or there are more mitigating circumstances, the judge will throw out the death penalty, and they'll proceed with life in prison. So it is very, very difficult. And that's probably why we only have 3 on death row, because we're saving it for the worst of the worst. I kind of question if Osama bin Laden had an airplane flown into this building or any of these buildings downtown and killed several thousand Coloradoans, would we not say he deserves a death penalty? We had that question earlier, whether the state should be allowed to execute somebody. Well, I question, was the United States justified in killing Osama bin Laden? If he had planes flown into these buildings, would we not be justified? But under this bill, we wouldn't be able to do it. I want to talk about the plea bargain issue. We heard that in committee, that it's not the DAs. They're not the ones using it as a bargaining chip. It's the defense attorneys. And I want to talk about the case up in Weld County. I'm not going to mention his name because he doesn't deserve it. His wife was pregnant. He strangulated his wife and her unborn baby. Then murdered his 8-year-old daughter, strangled her, while the youngest one watched. And the youngest one said, "Are you going to do the same to me, Daddy?" And then he killed her. And then he takes their bodies out to an oil site, buries his wife and unborn baby, takes the 2 children, stuffs them in an oil tank, the hole of which is 8 inches around, and stuffed them into that oil tank to rot. Now, his defense was, hey, you know what happened, what he was going to use as a defense, I came into the room and my wife was strangling the 2 daughters. So then I strangled her to try and stop my wife from killing him. And then he took him out and buried him because nobody would believe him. That was going to be his defense. The DA had to decide, all right, do we go for the death penalty or not? And as part of his due diligence, he flew out, I believe it was to North Carolina, and said to the family, what do you want? The mother of the victim said, I do not want the death penalty. The father did, but the mother did not. And so when he came back to Colorado, the defense attorney came to him and said, hey, look, if you take the death penalty off the table, he will plead guilty, which was the only decent thing he did, because he saved that family. The mom did not want to go through a death penalty. She didn't want to go through any trial. But the only decent thing he did was plead guilty to spare the victim's mom from having to go through a trial. Because if the death penalty wasn't there, he would have gone to trial. Why not? What do you got to lose? So he would have gone to trial and made that mother go and sit there and listen to every gory detail about how her daughter and 2 grandchildren were killed. So don't say it's the prosecutors using it as a bargaining tool. Let's be honest. Let's not distort this fact. It's the defense that uses it. We heard about pro-life. And I've talked to several people who say, well, yes, I support getting rid of the death penalty because I'm pro-life. Well, if you're pro-life, you would actually be opposed to this bill. Let me tell you why. There's a couple studies, and I'm just going to kind of read them. Studies of the death penalty have reached various conclusions about its effectiveness in deterring crime. But in 2008, comprehensive review of capital punishment research since 1975 by Drexel University and a psychologist by the name of David Lester of Richard Stockton College of New Jersey concluded that the majority of the studies that track effects over many years and across state and counties find a deterrent effect. So if you like to hear, oh, capital punishment, that's not a deterrent, but it really is. Indeed, over recent investigations, using a variety of samples and statistical models, consistently demonstrates a strong link between executions and reduced murder rates. For instance, a 2003 study by Emory University researchers of data for more than 3,000 counties found that each execution on average resulted in 18 fewer murders per county. In another examination based on data from all 50 states, demonstrated that each state execution deters an average of 14 murders annually. In a more recent study by a guy by the name of Kenneth Land out of Duke University and others concluded that each execution in Texas was associated with short-term reductions in homicides, a decrease of up to 2.5 murders. And in 2009, researchers found that adopting state laws allowing defendants in child murder cases to be eligible for the death penalty was associated with almost 20% reduction in child death cases. There was another article that I read, and it says, even though statistical demonstrations are not conclusive, which I believe they are based on these studies, and perhaps cannot be, capital punishment is likely to deter more than other punishments because people fear death more than anything else. They fear most death deliberately inflicted by law and scheduled by the courts. Whatever people fear most is likely to deter most. Hence, the threat of the death penalty may deter some murderers who otherwise might not have been deterred. And surely the death penalty is the only penalty that could deter prisoners already serving life sentence and tempted to kill a guard or offenders about to be arrested for facing a life sentence. Perhaps they will not deter, but they would certainly not be deterred by anything else. We owe all the protections we can give to law enforcers and that are exposed to special risks. Finally, the death penalty certainly deters the murderer who is executed. Strictly speaking, a form of incapacitation, similar to the way a robber is put in prison to prevent him from robbing the streets, vicious murderers must be sentenced to death to prevent them from murdering again. So if you're pro-life, I submit this bill, if you vote no on this bill and this does not pass, we will be saving lives. We will be saving innocent lives. We talked a little bit how popular it is. You know, I would submit that most of our constituents in our districts support the death penalty, and we're here to represent our districts, to represent them who put us here, to vote our districts. That's the first thing I learned when I came down here. I heard it over and over again. Vote your district. And there's been several polls. The majority still favor the death penalty. And there's an article in the U.S. News and World Report. The support for the death penalty is ticking up. Currently, 56% of U.S. adults say they are in favor of the death penalty for convicted murderers. I think we need to have a profile and courage, even if we oppose the death penalty, but we need to represent our districts. There was an article by John Frank. Death penalty critics suggest that the polls show that Colorado's mood toward the death penalty is shifting. They quoted a university poll in July that found a 2-to-1 majority in Colorado favoring keeping the death penalty. Again, a lot was talked about religion. We heard a lot about it in committee. I'm a Baptist, and I believe most Baptists support the death penalty because they believe in God's word and what Senator Sonnenberg came down and talked about. We heard from a Catholic bishop. Now, I'm not Catholic. Just said I was Baptist, so I'm not Catholic, so I don't understand everything about Catholicism. But for over 2,000 years, they believed in the government having a right to execute justly. For over 2,000 years. This is what their catechism said. Human life may be lawfully taken. 1, in self-defense, when we are unjustly attacked and have no other means of saving our lives. In a just war, when the safety of rights of the nations require it. And then thirdly, by the lawful execution of a criminal fairly tried and found guilty of a crime punishable by death when the prevention of law and order and the good of the community requires such execution. That's been in their catechism for over 2,000 years. Now, again, being a Baptist, I don't understand and this is not a slide on the Pope, I don't understand his roles, I don't get his power. I believe he's a man, just like I am. And in the words of Vince Lombardi, he puts his pants on one leg at a time. And so to have this one man come after 2,000 years and say, we're going to change the church doctrine, I think is wrong. And you know what else? Who else thinks it's wrong? Catholics. Because Catholics still believe in capital punishment by 53%. 53% of Catholics still believe in capital punishment. We talked about cost. And unfortunately, our judicial system, again, is about costs. That pamphlet was put out, said it cost $3.5 million for a trial. Well, this is another one of those distorted facts. Let me kind of run down some costs that I put together. Now, these are not absolute. I'm going off of averages, so I want to make that perfectly clear. So A level 5 prison at Centennial Prison, it costs $93,024 to keep somebody in a level 5 prison at Centennial per year. And those comes directly from DOC. So let's take Nathan Dunlap. He committed his crime when he was 19. And again, I'm going off of assumptions. It's kind of an average, could go either way. But let's say he lives until he's 76, which is the average age life expectancy in the United States. That's 57 years since he's been incarcerated. $5,302,368 to house him for in prison. When he could have been executed years ago, if only we had a governor that was willing to follow the will of the people. So let's take Owens and Ray. They were 20 years old. Let's say they live to 76 years. That's $5,209,344 each. So a total, to keep those three alive, for life without parole, $15,721,056. So don't tell me that the death penalty is too expensive. Housing these people, these most reprehensible people, as the Denver District Court said, will cost a lot more money. And then, not only that, let's go back to the case in Weld County. The man murdered his wife and two kids. Again, what would he have, what else would he have done but go to court? Using the same amount of money if it was been the death penalty case. If you have no option, you're going to go to court every time. And if it's going to cost $3.5 million for a death penalty case, it's going to cost that much for a first-degree murder trial without the death penalty. And yet, the only difference is we're dragging in family members to suffer through it. So there is no cost savings. As a matter of fact, it's going to cost more. You know, we heard about innocent people, and surely there have been back in the day, 1936. But there's also other reports out. And this report I found that says the report continues that thus far being a glaring one-sided national discussion of the risk of error in capital cases. Astonishingly, this debate has arisen when, contrary to urban legend, there is no credible example of any innocent person executed in this country under the modern death penalty system. On the other hand, innocent people undoubtedly have died because of our mistakes in failing to execute. Colleagues, I'd like to close with this. The death penalty is often said to be barbaric revenge, that an enlightened society should have nothing to do with it. But this argument is always made in the abstract. Let us consider another argument. As Alexander Hamilton observed, the first duty of society is justice. So what is the just punishment for this crime? The answer turns on what the crime deserves. We all believe that each life is precious, unique, and irreplaceable. The death penalty is the only penalty that approximates the value of what was taken. It does not reduce the value of life, but affirms the supreme value of innocent life. Mr. Chair, I have some amendments I'd like to offer.
There is an amendment at the desk. L003. Mr. Carpenter.
Amendment L003, Senate Bill 100 by
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Basically, what this says is, yes, the state, I'm sorry, thank you. Yes, Mr. Chair, I move L003.
Please proceed, Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It says, yes, the state will abolish the death penalty, but there will be an exception for killing a first responder in the course of their duties, killing a peace officer, fireman, paramedic, for the sole reason that they are a first responder. in the commission of their duties. And I'd ask for an aye vote.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I would urge an aye vote on this amendment L003. When you think about the daily risk of law enforcement every day, a lot of times their day is not predictable. You never know who they may encounter, and they do deserve certain safeguards. And so I think this is right in line what I think we should be doing as it relates to being on the right side of history. I know you've seen situations where a police officer is in a patrol car. Maybe he's having coffee with some donuts, and someone who has an issue with law enforcement just shows up and murders the person. They need safeguards. We had a situation in Douglas County where it was one of the sheriffs knocked on the door. He was shot down. Firefighters, I'm thinking about the Aurora Theater shooting. They were the first one on the scene. What if there had been 2 shooters in there? And they start shooting some of our first responders. If we cannot protect our first responders because they're in these high-risk occupations, Senator, I'm going to be standing on the right side of history, and I'm going to be supporting this amendment L003 because these folks who put their lives on the line every single day need to be protected, especially our correction officers. So I'm urging an aye vote on this amendment L003.
Senator Gonzalez.
I appreciate the work that our first responders do every single day. And yet, this amendment is the very definition of saying that some murders are worse than others. It won't stop any murders. But what this amendment would do is that it would split out and say that some murders are more important or more hurtful or more harmful than others. Colleagues, I urge your no vote.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is current law right now. This is current law right now. Just like the President of the United States has extra protection and safeguards. You just can't threaten, the President, the governor, a firefighter, a first responder. These people deserve special protection because of the role they're in. If we remove the opportunity for them to have this special protection, yeah, because their life is on the line. What do we want to do? We want to give permission for our first responders to be ambushed, and you get the same penalty. You get life. You get life. You get life. When you are the chief of police, if you're a witness, we don't care. We're going to put you on the scale of everyone else. You get no protection. I think this just invites more opportunities for people to take law enforcement out because the penalty is going to be same. Once again, I support this amendment L003 because I'm going to stand on the side of public safety. The people who are protecting us. I'm with them, so I'm voting yes.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I remember at one of our ceremonies to recognize the 7 peace officers in Weld County that died, murdered. We had a little gathering, and a district judge made the comment that an attack or murder of a peace officer is an attack on society itself. And that is so true, because they're attacked and murdered because of maybe the uniform that they wear, sitting.
Completely unintentional, Senator Cook. I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, yeah, I was at croissants, okay. For murdering for no other reason other than doing their job, wearing a uniform. And so we need to protect society from people like that. So I would ask for an aye vote.
Senator Hill.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I respect the discussion about, again, role of justice, role of peace, peace officers. But every single courthouse, every single seal, everywhere you go, since the founding of our country, going back to something that actually goes back 2,000 years to Rome, is this idea of justice being blind. There's a blindfold over justice, weighing the scales, not looking, weighing the scales simply. And unfortunately, even for the best of intentions, this amendment says if you commit a crime in one circumstance, you don't get the death penalty. If you commit the same crime against a police officer, you are worthy of the death penalty. And that may seem to make sense from a logistics point of view, from a pragmatic point of view. But again, what this debate is about is a value of life, value of justice. And I think we all recognize that every life is intrinsically good, is intrinsically valuable, and we don't get to be in the position of saying your life is more valuable than someone else's life. That's not how we conduct it. That's not how we conduct it. Our philosophy doesn't work that way. Our theology doesn't work that way. And our political philosophy doesn't or shouldn't work that way. Colleagues, I'm concerned that going down this path, again, is not going down the path of gaining someone's support for the idea of repealing the death penalty, is not gaining someone's opposition to repealing the death penalty, but it's leading us down a path of taking the blindfold off of justice. And I know that's not what's intended, but I'm concerned that's the outcome.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that the blindfold on justice is to assure fair trials, not to say that we're going to treat every crime the same. Otherwise, we wouldn't have plea bargaining. Otherwise, we wouldn't have different levels of crimes. The blindfold is to say we will treat you fairly, and we're going to give you the best trial possible. That's what the blindfold is. We do treat people different depending on the crime that they commit on everything else. So I would ask for an aye vote.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I request a title ruling on this amendment.
We will take a senatorial 5. The committee will come back to order. The chair rules L003 is within the title. The question before us then is the adoption of L003. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The noes have it. L003 is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. L016, Senator Moreno. I'm sorry, Mr. Carpenter.
Amendment L016, number 100%.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L016.
To the amendment, Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, Amendment L016 is relatively simple. It simply changes the title to say that the death penalty is repealed, considering the repeal of the death penalty by the General Assembly in all circumstances charged on or after July 1, 2020. Colleagues, either you support the death penalty or you don't. And we had a lot of discussion about the 17 different aggravating conditions in which someone can be charged with the death penalty. If there are going to be 17 amendments and 17 loopholes to this policy, are we even actually repealing the death penalty then? That's my concern, and that's why I offer L016 and hope to have your support.
Further discussion. Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate the amendment, but amendment that I'd like to offer is a clarification. My amendment was going to say that we shouldn't be, we should change charge to actually being committed. Because when you charge someone with a felony, doesn't mean they have been found guilty of it. So just because you charge someone, this is saying all circumstances charged. And not all charges are really found guilty once it is pursued. So charges is what a police officer does, or when they give out a ticket or a summons, but there's a difference between charge and what someone has been convicted. So I was wondering if you can help me understand that, or one of our attorneys that might know the difference between charge and committed.
So at this point, we have L016 on the floor and available for discussion. Let's take a senatorial 5. The committee will come back to order, and currently we have on the floor consideration of L016 to Senate Bill 100. Is there any further discussion on L016? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L016. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. L016 is adopted. To the bill, further discussion. Senator Marble.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L014.
L014 has been moved. It is on the desk. Mr. Carpenter.
Amendment L014 to Senate Bill 100 by Senator Marble.
Senator Marble.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a pretty cut and dried. This is amendment, and this is addressing all of those families who have been heard and are behind the intent of this bill, SB 100. This amendment basically takes into account both sides of the discussion for the victims' families. And it is basically stating a prosecuting attorney shall not file a statement of intent to seek the death penalty pursuant to Rule 32.1b of the Colorado Rules of Criminal Procedure unless each member of the victim's immediate family agrees that the prosecuting attorney may seek the death penalty in the case. We have heard so much about families behind this bill who want to do away with the death penalty. And then we have heard a voice of our own calling out that don't repeal the death penalty, and for very, very good reasons. If we're listening to the families, then let's listen to both and let them decide. Don't repeal the death penalty, but give the option to the families who are the ones who are other victims in crime if we take away their ability to have what they deem justice. And I ask for an aye vote.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I request a title ruling on L014.
We will go to Senate Bill 05. The committee will come back to order, and the chair rules L014 does not fit under the title. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 100? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I appreciate the conversation that we're having this afternoon, and I really do appreciate the thoughtfulness in which all of us are approaching this issue. It is, I wanted to respond to some of the arguments that my colleague, the good senator from Greeley, had made, and then I realized that I do not have my notebook, and I apologize. I'll be right back.
Okay, who wants to be next? Senator Gardner. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Over here to my, on the other side of the aisle, talk amongst yourselves while I address the body. Members, earlier I offered an amendment that was ruled outside the title, and that is as the chair's prerogative. However, the core of that idea was, as I said at the time, the people of Colorado need to make this decision. The one thing that this discussion this morning has demonstrated, as it did the prior sessions in which I've participated in it, is that the views are sharply divided, as well as views of those who don't quite know what they think, and they go back and forth. This is exactly the kind of issue that ought to go to the citizens of Colorado. At the very least, when this bill passes, if it does, the people of Colorado ought to have the opportunity, as they do under our Constitution when there's no safety clause, to petition the matter onto the ballot.
And there is an amendment at the desk. One moment. This is L015, Mr. Carpenter.
Amendment L015, Senate Bill 100%.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L015. L015 removes the safety clause and makes this bill subject to petition by the people of Colorado. It will require, I think, something on the order of 120,000 Coloradans to place a signature on the petition, and then it will be placed upon the ballot in November of 2020. Not a very long time out there. There will be other issues on the ballot. You know, we have the power of initiative and referendum in this state for a reason, because we believe that the judgment of the people for very important issues is appropriate. I'm not going to belabor this. We spoke to it earlier. I ask for your support for L015.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My colleague, the good senator from Colorado Springs, in committee mentioned that he'd been in the state legislature for 12 years, and that in all of his 12 years that this had been a conversation. There were 6 bills, including Senate Bill 100, that have been introduced over the course of my colleague's 12 years. The citizens of the state of Colorado have had that opportunity to petition, and even if this goes into effect, still have that ability to petition their government. I ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 100.
Senator Gardner. Then Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, the fallacy with that argument is by saying the people of the state of Colorado have had this opportunity for all those years to petition it on. And all those years, the status quo has been that we have had the death penalty as a possible punishment in the state of Colorado. There would be no reason for the people to refer a matter to the ballot unless the matter they wanted to refer was the abolition of the death penalty, which wasn't done. So I think the argument perhaps proves too much. What we're doing is changing the status quo, and the people of the state of Colorado ought to be able to say, no, 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 General Assembly, you got it wrong. I ask for your aye vote on L015.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I rise in support of this amendment L0015. And the senator from Colorado Springs is absolutely right. There's no need for a ballot measure. There's no need for one. Because right now in the state of Colorado, it's already law. So there's no need for citizens to get signatures if they support the death penalty. It's already working for them. But what will happen if we repeal the death penalty? All those aggravators that we talked about earlier, all of that goes away. All of that goes away. So when we talk about the safeguards that are in place, like I'm thinking about my son, this is a bait and switch. If you support the repeal, it's going to commute the sentence for my son. It's a bait and switch. And I don't think the people of Colorado want that to take place. Basically, what this amendment does, it gives the right of the people of Colorado to make that decision. Not the 35 here and the 65 in the House, and then the governor signs. It gives the will of the people to decide if they want to abolish or retain it, whatever the question would be. But I can tell you this, based on history, it has been supported that people in Colorado want to see this option on the books. Why? Because we're seeing more and more heinous crimes. And a repeal might inspire more people to do heinous crimes if we repeal the death penalty. This is a bait and switch. And the bait is the governor has already said what he would do and how that would impact the 3 men that are already serving a death sentence. Let the people decide. That's what democracy is all about. Why are we so afraid of passing this amendment that allows the people to decide? I'm very visible, I'm very active in my community, and this is one issue that has not been brought to my attention. No one has been knocking on my door, in town halls, whatever. No one has brought an argument to me that, oh, we need to repeal the death penalty. I'm not quite sure what's going on in your community, but I believe in local control, and I believe that DA should have the discretion as elected officials to do what's right as it relates to public safety in their community. And then what this amendment will do, it will give the citizens of the great state of Colorado the opportunity to make that decision. Why are we taking control over this topic when it's something, I know there's special interest groups that want it repealed, but in my district, they're talking about fair wages. They want to see me deal with issues like homelessness. Repealing the death penalty has not come up once to me. So members, I urge and I vote on this amendment L015. Let the people decide. That's all it does. What are you afraid of? That it won't, what are you afraid of? Members, this is a good amendment. Vote yes.
Is there any further discussion on L015? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L015 to Senate Bill 100. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. L015 fails. Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, when we came here, one of the first things that we did, and when we were sworn in, is we were sworn to uphold the Constitution of the United States and of the state of Colorado. And if you recall in the preamble of the state of Colorado, it is our charge to secure the liberty of the people of Colorado. So in securing that liberty, a piece of that is making sure that we do what we can to protect innocent lives. I want you to, the good senator from Aurora pointed out this morning that as soon as you remove a penalty, a consequence that's harsher than what the criminal is already serving, you've taken away all consequence for that person. Today, there are 801 people in the state of Colorado who are serving life in prison without a chance of parole. Those 801 people, plus 4 times that many who are sitting on, who are awaiting court and sentencing, will have no reason not to kill their fellow inmates. There will be no consequence beyond their already life in prison. There will be no consequence if they choose to kill prison guards, that they reach out and try to have retribution on the judge who put them there, on the witnesses who are speaking against them or who might speak against them in the future. It's for that reason alone that we are putting the people at Colorado at risk if we pass this legislation. People can and will, in our future, die because of this legislation. The bill sponsors had it right. We should ask the question, should the state ever take a life? But more importantly, should the state take action to protect the lives of innocent people of Colorado? I think it's important that we keep this capital punishment in place so that the people I mentioned above can rest peacefully. Now, colleagues, you can sleep through this next part because I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking to the 801 people who are sitting on death row. Excuse me, to the 801 people who are sitting in prison, probably watching TV and probably watching this exciting debate. They know that as of July 1st of this year, they can literally get away with murder. So to the people in prison, just wait, hold your grudges until July 1, because this gives you license to do what you want.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I first want to echo the sentiments of my colleague from Sterling this morning, where he acknowledged the respectful and thoughtful debate that has taken place in this chamber. I think it's really a tribute to all of us that we can engage in this very challenging, emotional discussion with the level of decorum and respect that we have done throughout this discussion. So thank you all for that. Also, I'd like to express my ultimate respect and heartfelt honoring of my colleague from Aurora. We have served together for more than a decade now, and we've had our agreements and disagreements on a lot of issues, but it has always been a respectful and, I think, honorable relationship that we have had. I can't imagine the circumstances that you have lived through, and I commend you for the passion with which you continue your efforts to pursue your views. Today we're hearing Senate Bill 100 to provide for the abolition of the death penalty of Colorado. This has been an issue that has been frequently debated and discussed in our state and in our legislature, with over a dozen bills and court decisions over the years which have both abolished the death penalty and reestablished the death penalty since we became a state. It is a grave and important issue which obviously provokes heartfelt and emotional feelings. It is literally and figuratively a life and death decision that we are dealing with. We had a comprehensive hearing in the Judiciary Committee. We heard scores and scores of witnesses over a 6-hour period. And again, that was a extraordinarily thoughtful, emotional, and respectful debate, which got into all of the issues which have been brought forth in here today. we had representatives from the faith community who expressed their opposition to the continuation of the death penalty. They cited the position of the Pope and the Bishop of Denver. They cited the issues and opposition from the National Council of Churches and other faith leaders from around the country. We heard from victims, families of victims. Notably, we heard from Charlotta Evans, whose 2-year-old baby was killed in a drive-by shooting. And Charlotta Evans testified at our committee in support of abolition of the death penalty. She, in fact, in an astonishing measure of grace, has reached out to the 2 juveniles serving life without parole 20 years after they killed her son, and met with them in a restorative victim offender dialogue in the Department of Corrections. She has forgiven them and attained a level of grace for herself rarely seen by an individual. We heard from David Works from Colorado Springs, who lost 2 daughters in a shooting in the parking lot of New Life Church, and he was wounded himself, and he implored us to abolish the death penalty in the state of Colorado. We received, as have been discussed here earlier, letters from 66 victim families who urged us to abolish the death penalty. Interestingly, we also heard from a leader of the conservative community who cited numerous reasons why conservatives should support the abolition of the death penalty. And I say this not with too much tongue-in-cheek, but they described the ineffective, inefficient, and unprofessional way that government is sometimes conducted, and to put life and death decisions into those hands, this spokesman found to be totally inappropriate. The supporters of the death penalty cite primarily justice for victims. They cite, as we heard this morning, the Old Testament edict about an eye for an eye. They talk about retribution, and they talk about the death penalty as a deterrent. In fact, though, there are 2 views on virtually each of those issues. But what I find most compelling are the arguments about the evolving standards of decency in a civilized world and a civilized society. Back 200 years ago, at the time of our country's founding, we branded people who committed offenses. We hanged people for non-capital offenses, and that continued for quite a while. I think the end of death penalty for rape was in the 1980s in this country. So around the world, I heard different numbers at the hearing. I heard 150 countries, and I heard 117 countries have abolished the death penalty. We've also heard that 21 states have abolished the death penalty. In 2015, Governor Wolf in Pennsylvania announced a moratorium on all executions in the state, with the 5th largest death row. New Mexico, our neighbor, abolished capital punishment in 2009. Kansas's last execution was in 1965. Wyoming's death row is empty, and the Nebraska legislature abolished the death penalty in 2015 and then overrode the governor's veto. So the death penalty is not something that people are persuaded for or against by statistics. This is an emotional issue. But when we talk about evolving standards of decency in a civilized society and changing attitudes, I refer to the opinion of Supreme Court Justice Harry Blackmun, who dissented from the U.S. Supreme Court decision in Furman v. Georgia, which ended the death penalty in the United States. what he wrote. 20 years have passed since this court declared that the death penalty must be imposed fairly and with reasonable consistency or not at all. And despite the efforts of the states and the courts to devise legal formulas and procedural rules to meet this challenges, the death penalty remains fraught with arbitrariness, discrimination, and mistake. Harry Blackmun continued, "From this day forward, I will no longer tinker with the machinery of death. For more than 20 years, I have endeavored to develop rules that would lend more than the appearance of fairness to the death penalty endeavor, rather than coddle the court's delusion that the desired level of fairness has been achieved. I feel obligated simply to concede that the death penalty experiment has failed." To the arguments that the death penalty is a deterrent, and in fact, if we abolish it, people in prisons will have no prohibition or inhibition about committing murder, to me bespeaks a terrific lack of understanding of life in prison. People who commit murder in prison go to the most miserable existence that one could imagine. Unlike what one of the prosecutors at our hearing said, it is more than being deprived of Jell-O. They live away from general population in isolation. The National Academy of Sciences, in a breathtaking study, wide-ranging study, said that the death penalty is not a deterrent. It has clearly not been a deterrence in Tarrant County, Texas, or Harris County, Texas, where they have executed 42 people for capital murder. But I think the fundamental reason why we need to oppose the death penalty is that it is constitutionally infirm. It violates the Eighth Amendment standards of cruel and unusual punishment. It is cruel, clearly. In Colorado, we have engaged in a quixotic quest to find a humane way to execute people. We have moved from hanging, and what we found is more people who were hanged, strangled, than had their necks broken. We moved to asphyxiation and executed a number of people in the gas chamber, and then to lethal injection. We will not find a humane way to take another person's life. No one sitting in our Judiciary Committee earlier this week will ever forget the testimony of the correctional officer from Washington who described the process that he went through administering a death sentence in his prison, or the witness to the botched execution with a lethal injection of a man who lived for at least 5 minutes before all the witnesses were removed and before Mr. Oxley was pronounced dead. Cruel, clearly. Unusual. It has only been used 103 times, the death penalty, in our history. In the 20 years between 1980 and 1999, there have been 3,933 homicides, approximately 200 homicides per year in Colorado. The death penalty was sought only 110 times, 5.5% of those cases. I don't know whether you can identify for me the difference between a, quote, ordinary usual murder and a capital qualifying murder that meets one of the 17 criteria. Of the 13 death sentences, only one was executed, one is on death row. 84% of Colorado death penalties have been reversed on appeal. Ladies and gentlemen, we are flawed, we are imperfect, we don't get it right. We have attempted to set up precise procedural standards of fairness, and we haven't gotten it right. In fact, one of the homicide cases tried in Colorado has been referred to here, Timothy Masters, who spent 10 years in the prison. And with all due respect to good, honest, thoughtful, and well-intentioned prosecutors, the prosecutor in the Timothy Masters case hid evidence from the defense, hid it from the jury. Tim Masters spent 10 years in jail for a crime that he did not commit and was exonerated for. And one of the DAs who prosecuted that case is still prosecuting cases in Colorado. Weld County paid Mr. Masters $100 million for the improper conduct of his trial and for the unlawful sentence of resulting in the loss of 10 years of his life. To those who say it is not arbitrary and not disproportionately pursued against minorities, that may be the case in Colorado. That is not the case nationally. There are innumerable studies to attest to the disproportionate minority members who have been put on death row in states around this country. We have talked about expensive. I think the testimony we had was from the Office of Alternative Defense Counsel that it was around $220,000 per case. Regardless of the amount, it is certainly more than a regular or normal murder case. But what I am most concerned about is the possibility of error. I mentioned the case of Timothy Masters, which is not error, it is intentional misrepresentation. But Robert Dewey also spent, I think, 10, 15 years in the Colorado prison for a crime he did not commit. And he ultimately, as a result of a bill brought by one of our colleagues, received $73,000 a year for each improper year he was sentenced. There have been other people in Colorado who have been wrongfully convicted. My colleague, the bill sponsor, described Mr. Aridi, who in fact was executed and ultimately received a full pardon from former DA, then Governor Ritter. So, ladies and gentlemen, the possibility of erroneous conviction is real, it is palpable, it is frightening, and it should keep all of us up at night. We cannot continue an irrevocable process. We cannot afford to make those mistakes. So for all of the reasons cited, I urge support for Senate Bill 100 for the abolition of the death penalty in Colorado. Thank you.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues, for your time and attention today. This is a terrible thing to have to consider. There is no good vote here. Some of you were committed one way or the other, maybe forever. I understand that, and I acknowledge how tough this is on you too, and some of you are struggling with this with some difficulty because of the nature of the debate, because of the issue that we're talking about. It's very serious. I take it very seriously, and for me, it's been a struggle this year. But I've taken the year to listen to activists, to victims' families, to law enforcement, and district attorneys, to my friends and neighbors and my family, to you all, to my constituents, and to the vast majority of Coloradans who oppose abolishing the death penalty. I went to the committee to listen and learn what I could so that I wasn't just hearing my colleagues represent what the public was coming to us in this building to convey while we weigh this gut-wrenching decision. Mostly what I heard in that room was a lot of pain. And I didn't hear a connection to this bill passing and an end to their pain. I remember that the 3 people who have been sentenced to death in Colorado, I remember what they did. I remember the Chuck E. Cheese. This is a restaurant for children to play and eat pizza in peace. Children, a children's restaurant, where someone walked in and shot it up. I remembered it again when I took my daughter there. I have a 2.5-year-old daughter named Isabel. You all know her because she's been here since she was born. And I'm convinced that I love her more than any person has ever loved another person in the history of the planet, which is probably exactly how every parent in the room feels. Right? But I know it's true about how I feel about that girl. So you all understand why I can't fully allow myself to feel or understand what my friend Rhonda went through when her child was stripped away from her. What my friend Tom went through when his child was stripped away from him, brutally murdered. What Rhonda's son's bride-to-be, what her family felt, I can't really get there because it's too hard for me to even think about it. We were reminded of other cases where people murdered their own family members and stuffed children into oil wells. I have difficulty agreeing with the rehabilitation prospect of every person on the planet. So while we have been begged by victims and DAs and Coloradans to preserve the ability, if the family and the prosecutors decide to use this tool to seek this justice, we have been begged to preserve this. We do face the conflict that it represents. I understand that, and I've acknowledged it. But I have to say, it is not a theoretical conversation about the ethics of the death penalty. It is about our friend and our colleague. And I'm not going to ignore that. We heard how faith and other really very personal and moral guiding tools in our lives split us on this issue. So logic would also lead me to preserve the path that allows each to seek their own. If we take this tool away from every prosecutor or DA in the state, we're done. We leave the choice away from the case at hand. I have listened for a long, long time, and I have struggled, and I think most of you who have bothered to take the time to visit with me about it understand that. And again, I should. That is my job. This is a very unique situation. It's unlike anything we're going to have to vote on, ever. So if you, like me, have been struggling with this decision, I implore you to really look within yourself and decide, like I did, to stand with my friend and colleague, Rhonda Fields. That this time, on this vote, I urge a no vote on this Senate bill. And I sincerely thank you for listening to me today.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also want to thank my colleague from Wheat Ridge for her mentioning the importance of relationships. Relationships are important. Relationship is really, when you think about leadership and our role as senators, a lot of the work that we do is based on our relationships with each other inside this building and outside in our community. Relationships are important. I can tell you that the loss of my son is difficult to bear. It's difficult. I didn't raise him to be a crime victim. I raised him to learn how to tie his shoes and to know how to cross the streets safely. I never imagined that I was going to be a crime victim or a senator. But what has propelled me to stand in front of you today is because I have a passion and a voice for those who have been harmed by crime. It's hard to stand here, to have to tell my son's story. And the reason I have to tell it is because he was murdered, and he can't tell the story for himself. His testimony was silenced, and here I am standing before you right now telling his story. He was murdered at the tender age of 21 years old, and yesterday was his birthday. Smart. He attended Colorado State University. He had just graduated. He had only been a graduate like for 5 days. And then he was supposed to testify. He was a key witness in the prosecution case. And he was shot down and killed alongside his fiancée. I'm here to tell his story because he can't. So I oppose the repeal of the death penalty. Because it's hard for us to project what the next crime is going to be like. But we're already telegraphing the same penalty for every single crime. That is not justice. Now, my colleague from Colorado Springs was just up here citing that the death penalty is a violation of the Eighth Amendment because it's cruel and unusual. Senator, I would like you to cite case law on that. Because when I look at the case law, which I looked at last night, it has been upheld in the state of Colorado. Dunlap, People versus the Dunlap. They said in that decision, that case law, that the death penalty is not cruel or unusual, and it's been upheld in the state of Colorado. It's also been upheld as it relates to federal law. So I'm not quite sure what you're citing, but as I said earlier, there's a difference between truth, facts, and opinion. So if I'm wrong about my facts, then I would like for you to state the state law on that, or the case law on that. Because it's not true based on what I've read. It's been upheld by the highest court in this state, saying it's not, as it related to the Dunlap case. You cited, and others have cited, other murder cases, like the Timothy Masters case. He wasn't on death row. This bill is about death row, those who've been sentenced to death. Yes, he was wrongly convicted. This bill would not fix that. We're talking about a repeal of the death penalty. That's what this is about. So when you're coming up with these stories and these scenarios, you're confusing the issue as it relates to Senate Bill 100. The senator also mentioned what's happening outside of the state of Colorado. He mentioned statistics in reference to what's going on in Texas, Wyoming, maybe Florida. I don't govern in those states. I govern right here in the state of Colorado. We are responsible for governing inside the state of Colorado. So what's taking place in other locations in reference to the number of people that are on death row, I can't do anything about that. That's outside of my scope of influence and responsibility. So why are we talking about those statistics? You heard that it's unfair, there's more African Americans, maybe Hispanics, people of color that have been sentenced or wrongly charged or what have you outside of the state of Colorado. I cannot do anything about that, but I can tell you that with inside the state of Colorado, that we are doing it right. We're doing it the right way. Why? Because of those aggravators I've been talking about. That's why we have a very narrow pathway for a DA to seek the death sentence. It's very narrow. And it's not given out for the 529 murders or whatever we talked about. Someone quoted that. That is irrelevant. That's not that's taking place in the state of Colorado. It's very infrequently used. So I would like for the senator to talk about the case law that he's referencing, that we in the state of Colorado are violating the 8th Amendment. I'm quite sure our Attorney General would like to know that, because we do have 3 people that are serving a death sentence. Will we be doing that if it's violating the 8th Amendment right? I can cite case law that recently with Dunlap, it came back saying it is not. Let's talk about truth in sentencing. Look at the bill. It's on page 11. If you look at what happens with the criminal justice system and the sentencing structure, it has a ripple effect. With the repeal, everyone will get life imprisonment. And then you see it could go down from there. It could be 24 years with imprisonment. You can get 4 years, 12. There's all these requirements. But what happens when everyone is given the same sentence? Everyone's going to have the opportunity to appeal it. So if you're saying that you're going to save money, what's going to happen is you're going to create more activity. So if everyone gets life in jail without the potential of parole, it's going to have a ripple effect. Every defendant that has a murder felony are going to ask for that to be reduced or plea bargain, or they're going to come. It's not going to reduce work. It's going to create work, especially for the 3 that are currently serving a life sentence. If we abolish, it's going to breathe new life into those cases, because if it's not good for new crimes, this is the bait and switch. It's going to have a ripple effect for the 2 people that are on death row for killing my son, along with the Chunky Cheese murderer, who was shooting people in their head and their ears. We are inspiring the next mass shooter if we take away this option for prosecutors. The senator talked about deterrent. It's not a deterrent. What do you think punishment is? Why do you think we have stoplights? Why do you think we have rules and laws against murder and rape and domestic violence? Did you know that there's punishments for those crimes? Are you saying that punishment has no place for any criminal activity? We are a state of laws. You've seen the criminal code books. There's all kinds of sentencing structure that's in there. And punishment is supposed to be a deterrent. Because we can't just have people shooting pregnant women, raping people, abducting kids, and not have punishment. We are law-abiding citizens. We don't engage in that kind of activity because we know what the consequences are. Punishment should be a deterrent. That's what the law and the criminal code is all about. Look at, there's not going to be any truth in sentencing if we do this. I see my colleagues from the House and my friends are here in reference to losing their son in the Aurora Theater shooting. And we've been talking a lot about a variety of different crimes across our state. And I want to take this time to talk about the Aurora Theater shooting because it happened in my backyard. That's the theater that I take my grandkids to. And my father would take my grandkids to that theater. That theater is the life of our community because that's where you go for entertainment. But what happened at that theater, we had a horrific murder. I hope I have the numbers right, but I believe 12 were murdered and 58 people were injured in a short, brief of time, maybe 5 or 7 minutes. Now, his goal was probably to kill as many people as he could. And when you look at all of the folks who were impacted by that mass murder, they were all innocent. So when you talk about what's cruel and unusual, their death was. That's cruel. What Timothy McVeigh did was cruel. What James Holmes did was cruel. And there deserves to be a just punishment when people commit those kinds of heinous crimes. Now, James Holmes was not a black man. And they sought the death penalty for him. He was not black, and he wasn't poor. He was attending CU medical school, graduate school, came from a very affluent family. Remember, I told you this, race is not an aggravator when you seek the death penalty. So this whole talk about race in the state of Colorado, it's not factual. But what happened in the James Holmes case, they did seek the death penalty. They did have all the appropriate aggravators. But in order for the sentence to be to be the sentence to death, everyone has to agree. I've sat through a jury process. In my son's case, 1,000 people were screened and in and out until they got to 12 and some alternates. It's not easy sometimes, even for us all to agree. Can you imagine looking at all of that evidence? And they were able to find him guilty on 4 of the aggravating factors, but 1 they didn't. That's why. Not because he was a white man. It's because they didn't have a unanimous verdict. That's fair. After the judge gave them the instructions in reference to how to deliberate, they did their job. And they came back with a not guilty verdict. Because you have to have a unanimous vote on all the aggravators and all the charges that they were presented with. That didn't happen in my son's case. They all came back unanimous with a guilty verdict on the 2 phases. Because you have the 1 phase and then you have the death penalty phase. So they found them guilty not once but twice. 3 different defendants. 1 wasn't eligible for the death penalty. That's why you don't have 4, but he was found guilty. If we abolish the death penalty, once again, we are continually plugging in to this no truth in sentencing, especially if you're a victim. Especially when you're a victim. I couldn't prosecute the case. I'm represented by the people. That's the elected DAs represented my son's case. I couldn't even go out and investigate because I'm not a police officer. I don't have a badge. I couldn't go out looking for the people that did this to my son. The police did that through aggressive police work. They apprehended and caught the offenders within 8 weeks. So I stand in front of you, not someone who doesn't know what happened to my son and his bride-to-be. I sat through the trial. But there's some people that don't have the luxury to say that. There's no truth in sentencing with the abolishment of the death penalty. Senate Bill 100. It's going to have a domino effect. More people are going to appeal whatever sentence they get, and you think you're saving money now? It's going to increase. It's going to increase the workload for those that do this kind of work. Members, I'm urging you to vote no on Senate Bill 100, and you've heard me speak why. We don't need a mandate from the Capitol to tell DAs how to lead what's best for their community. Right now, your DA can decide to pursue it or not. That's a question for them. It's not a question for us. It should be a question for the people. Let them have the prerogative and the authority to do their job. Let the people of Colorado, we the people, not we the senators, let the people decide. I don't know what's happening in your community in reference as it relates to crime, but I know that there's a lot of heinous crimes that are taking place, and now we're saying everybody gets the same penalty. That is not fair. We don't even know the merits of all the cases. We're already predetermining what you get, no matter how heinous or how cruel the crime is. So members, I'm urging you to vote no on Senate Bill 100.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 100? Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, really appreciate the discussion today. Senate Bill 100 is a big question, and there are big questions behind this decision. What is the death penalty for? Who does it serve? What kind of justice does it purport to render? And for who? And should the state have the power over life and death? These are questions I was thinking about last session and thought further about and reflected on and read about during the off session. Quite frankly, at the end of the day, I just came upon the decision, and it's a philosophical and moral decision. I know my colleague from Colorado Springs area mentioned it's an emotional decision, but these are big questions, and these are moral and philosophical questions, and this is a philosophical decision. I came upon the notion and decision that I don't support the state having the power over life and death in any circumstance. So at the end of the day, and it's very sad, that the value of capital punishment has seemed to present itself as possibly one of the most tragic set of false expectations I've run across. Members, I respect each and every one of you, and I know each one of you will make the right decision. And thank you again.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank each and every one of you who came up to the well and spoke, who came to committee and shared your thoughts, who emailed and wrote and listened. For those of you who sat here today through the course of this debate, to just take it in, because it's an important and it's a heavy conversation to have. At the end of the day, what is the state? If the death penalty remains in the state of Colorado, what does that mean? Who actually gets the drugs? Who actually injects the lethal injection drugs into the arm? Who actually brings the person down? Who does that work? It's a moral question that we each have to ask ourselves. And some of us are compelled by different sets of reasons. Some of us are motivated by the bias that exists by reducing the bias that exists in the criminal justice system at every step of the process. Some of us are motivated by cost. Some of us are motivated by faith. Some of us are motivated by these larger moral questions. With that, I know that for myself, I bring this bill along with my co-sponsor because I do not believe that the state of Colorado should have that ability. I started off our discussion this morning saying, right now the statutes for the state of Colorado say it is not okay to murder unless you're being put to death. That just strikes me as wrong. And that's why I brought the bill. And that's why I'm honored to carry this piece of legislation with my co-prime sponsor. Colleagues, I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 100. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion, Senator Fields? Senator Fields. Did you want to speak to the Senate Bill 100? Senator Fields.
Members, I know it's been a long day, and this will be my final comment, but I had to come down when there was some discussions about morality. And I have morals. You do too. But what I'd like to say in my closing remarks here is that we need to be making sure that we're standing on the right side of history. Either we're for public safety or we're not. It sounds like we're for clemency. What are we standing for here? And what side of history do you want to be on? I know that I want to stand on the side of public safety. I want to stand on the side as it relates to crime victims, like Jessica Ridgway, whose daughter was kidnapped and bound. I want to be on her side. I want to be on the side with Tom Sullivan and his wife. I want to be on the side of crime victims in the interest of public safety. That's the side of history that I want to be on. So we need to be thinking about what side of history we want to be on, because right now it is all on the line. A line has been drawn in the sand. And it's almost like there's two sides: victims and someone else's interpretation of what justice looks like. Because right now, the interpretation of what justice looks like for first-class felony, mass murder, with all those aggravators, everybody gets the same treatment. The line in the sand has been drawn, and we should not be pitting victims against the justice system, especially as it relates to the 3 men that are currently on death row. This is a bait and switch. And history will play that out. Because if it's not good for future crimes, it's not going to be valid for the ones that are serving life right now.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 100? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption. A division has been requested. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 100. All those in favor of the adoption of Senate Bill 100, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand.
Please be seated. Senate Bill 100 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report. That's not for me, right?
The Senate will come back to order. Members and guests, I want to thank you for the collegiality you've had and the respect you've had during this discussion, and would encourage you to continue that. Mr. Carpenter, please add Senator Hill to the roll. Senator Foote.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee will hold executive reports adding serious and following tax bills being second reading. The makes following recommendation on Senate Bill 39 as amended, Senate Bill 100 as amended, passed second reading, order goes placed on the calendar for the reading and final passage.
Senator Foote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is for the adoption of the committee of whole report. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 001 to the Committee of the Whole report?
Amendment 001.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Committee of the Whole Amendment 001.
To the amendment, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the amendment that said that the death penalty will be repealed, but unless you kill a first responder in the line of duty, if you kill a peace officer, fireman, paramedic, if you kill them intentionally and commit a first-degree murder against them, then you are still eligible for the death penalty.
Is there any discussion? Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I've spoken down here in opposition to classification of hate crimes. I've spoken in opposition. I try to be consistent on this, and maybe I've failed, and that's on me if I have. But in every case where we try to apply a law that's designed to address a circumstance, and we say it applies differently, for the same circumstance, it applies differently to different categories of people. I think that is outside of blind justice. I think it is outside of, it fails our task of justice being blind, and I respectfully ask that if we support the death penalty, we should support it in all cases of Class 1 felony. And if we're opposed to it, we should be opposed to it in all cases, but not to carve out exceptions for it within this case. So respectfully, I'll ask for a no vote on this count.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this Cal Amendment 001. And the reason why is because those who wear the uniform, are trained to support a variety of different scenarios that they might encounter on our streets. And sometimes when you have on a uniform, you might be a target. Basically, what this amendment is doing is applying a standard that we're going to be on the side of law enforcement, our firefighters, our police officers, our EMT folks. If they are performing a duty for our state, they're rushing into a burning building and someone's waiting for them to rush in there, and they blatantly murdered and killed that firefighter or that police officer. And they have a family of 3 at home, and they're wearing the uniform, pledging to protect and to serve. And we're going to say, you're just like everybody else. You're just like everybody else. They're not just like everybody else. Not everyone's called to be a police officer or a firefighter. It's hard work. And you have to be called to do that kind of work because you're dealing with people that have behavioral health issues, maybe. You're dealing with someone that's homeless. You're trying to help the public, and then something all of a sudden, someone attacks you. And we want to devalue their role and their performance in our society. by just saying, we're just going to treat you just like everybody else. You don't need to wear a uniform or whatever. We're just going to treat you the same. History is going to look at this, and we should be on the side of public safety. We should be on the side of law enforcement. They protect us. But once again, we're voting on if law enforcement should be elevated to the point that we are going to protect those who protect us. And a no vote means, no, we're not. So I'm urging a yes vote. We should protect those that wear the uniform, that have weapons to save us, or if there's a fire up in the mountains. We're saying that you're just like, and I don't want to demean any kind of job, but we're going to treat you just like you're working in a restaurant or a clerk or a bartender. They deserve better than that. We can do better than that.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a title ruling since I believe this similar amendments were ruled out of the title of the bill that we are debating.
The Senate will stand in a brief recess. Senate will come back to order. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I withdraw my request for a title ruling on that Cow amendment. We had a fun walk down more like parliamentary law lane, and I think we came to a good decision on the best path forward. But for now, I request that we do not rule, or that there is no need to rule on the title ruling for that.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the benefit of members or maybe any press that might be in the room, the past several minutes are a good example of how this upper chamber is a deliberative body. And when we have a misunderstanding or a disagreement, we can call a timeout. They don't necessarily do that over in the House, but we can here in the Senate. And I'm grateful to you, Mr. President, and also the Majority Leader for the discussion that we shared and the outcome of those discussions. Let's move forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Having no further discussion, the question before the body is the amendment at the desk, Amendment 001 to Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Hill, Priola, Tate, Williams, Donovan, Foote, Moreno, Lee, Todd, Story, Winter, Bridges, Rodriguez, Hanson, Gonzalez. Majority Leader. Please add the President. With 17 ayes, 17 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, that amendment is lost. There is another amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 002?
Committee of the Whole Amendment 002 to Senate Bill 100. Senator Gardner moved.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Committee of the Whole Amendment 002.
To the amendment, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, no more witnesses need. Oh, wrong thing. Members, thank you for your attention and your good humor after a very long day. Committee of the Whole Amendment 002 strikes the safety clause and permits the people of Colorado to petition the bill on the ballot should it pass. This is important. We have had this discussion. I ask that you trust the people of Colorado to make this decision, one about which we all disagree with our various strongly held beliefs and notions. As I have said, the people of Colorado themselves are equally capable of holding those beliefs and notions. It has been a long day. I don't think my standing here for another 5 or 10 minutes to persuade you is going to matter. I simply ask you to allow this to be referred to the people of Colorado by petitioning onto the ballot. I ask for an aye vote on 002.
Is there further discussion? Senator Gonzalez.
I want to thank my colleague from Colorado Springs for bringing this amendment, and I'm going to ask for a no vote.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I urge an aye vote on this Cal Amendment 002. It's doing the right thing because it's putting the decision in the hands of the people in your community. They won't have to be mandated with this appeal as it relates to having an option for our district attorneys. They get to decide, not just the 35 people that are sitting in their chairs today. So members, I urge an aye vote. Let's send this question to the people, November 2020.
Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, you all know my support of the bill, but there are two things we always have to deal with here in Colorado. It's both the policy and the process. One of the things I love about our Constitution is it really focuses a little bit on policy, but mostly on process. How do you adjudicate policy? And it has worked for centuries now, longer than any other constitution out there. Part of the Constitution in Colorado is a recognition that we are a republic because we get elected to represent people up here. But at the same time, the people as a whole still retain some rights, and some of that is within the right to petition. We've had many debates about petition clause versus safety clause up here, and certainly in this case, I do support a petition clause. If what we're doing here is different enough from the expectations of the people of Colorado, they should have the right to speak up on that. It's a high hurdle, it's a high bar, but it's part of honoring that process, and I will be supporting Committee of the Whole Amendment 2.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too ask for a yes vote on this amendment. I spoke about the use of the safety clause on a different bill recently, and I thought it was appropriate at that time because there was no change in policy. It was just an extension of existing policy. In here, it's exactly the opposite. The safety clause should not be used because we are debating, considering a significant change in policy, not just extending time. The people of Colorado, if they wanted, anyone, in fact, I think it's not even required that you be a resident of Colorado, wanted to go to our Secretary of State, pull a petition, and start the petition effort to do away with the death penalty in Colorado, anyone could do that at any time. If you read Article 5 of our state constitution, Section 1, there's a little short paragraph that defines the General Assembly's lawmaking authority, and then many, many paragraphs that define our boss's authority to make law, amend law, repeal law. And of course, our bosses are the people of Colorado. So if someone wanted to do what this bill proposes to do, he or she could go pull a petition and do that. They don't need us. But now we are proposing a significant change in policy, and if the safety clause is used, we're telling the people that they will not have the right to pull a petition and put this bill on hold until the time expires for them to collect the required number of signatures. And then, if the Secretary of State certifies that they did collect the required number of signatures, then this bill would remain on hold until the next general election, when the people of Colorado would have the opportunity to ultimately say yes or no. That process is eliminated if the petition clause isn't in this bill, but the overall petition process of the people of Colorado, anyone being able to make law, amend law, or repeal law, that's always there and not dependent on the petition clause. So I urge a yes vote on this because this petition clause would allow the people of Colorado to say, wait, legislature, those of you who supported the bill, if the bill were to pass and the governor were to sign it into law, the people of Colorado, our bosses, could say, wait, I want that on hold. I want the opportunity to go out and talk with my neighbors and collect signatures, and if I'm successful in getting that number of signatures, then this stays on hold until the next election, when the people of Colorado could answer that ultimately. Ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Sarah Corr.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we've had a great discussion here today, and I want to thank all the members for the professionalism that they have shown here today. It's very refreshing. But I'm going to ask that you support this amendment. And I'm going to give you a number, 52. 52 members under this dome can silence the voice of 5.5 million people in something that is already in law now. I think it is a drastic change. It was put in by the people of Colorado. I urge you to let the people of Colorado make this decision and ask for an aye vote.
Sarah Gonzalez.
Thank you, members, and thank you, my good colleague from Montrose, for the number. The only other number I want to add to this discussion is the number 22. Because right now, 22 individuals in the state of Colorado make the decision as to whether or not to pursue capital punishment in our state. I see this as this is our work. This is our job. This is why we ran for office. This is our work to do, to make this decision. That's why I'm encouraging a no vote.
Having no further discussion, the question before the body is the adoption of Amendment 002 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Priola, Tate, Hansen, Winter, Rodriguez, Story, Todd, Moreno, Lee, Janal, Williams, Gonzalez, Donovan, Majority Leader. Please add the President. Foote, Bridges, with 17 ayes, 17 no votes, 0 absent, and 1 excuse, that amendment is lost. There's an amendment at the desk. Mr. Carpenter, please read Amendment 003.
Amendment 003 to Senate Bill 100, Senator Fields moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show the following Fields floor. Amendment L008, Senate Bill 100 did pass. Amendment Printable page 2, line 10. After the period, add the section does not apply to a person currently serving a death sentence. Any death sentence in effect on July 1st, 2020 is valid. The section shall not be construed as a statement that has existed.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cal Amendment 003.
To the amendment, Senator.
Members, you may recall the discussion about this. I'm going to give you a number. The number is 3. We have 3 members or 3 men that are on death row. And basically, what this amendment will do, if it passes, it would change the language in the bill that says that the decision, the death sentence decision, will remain valid once this bill is signed into law on July 20th, 2020. That's basically what the bill does. It keeps the death sentence valid for the 3 that are currently serving a life sentence. It also gets into this whole concept about the death sentence as cruel and unusual punishment. Once again, that's not true. It's already been determined by the Supreme Court here in Colorado that the death sentence is not cruel and unusual punishment. But basically, this would avoid the switch and bait that we're talking about. It keeps their sentence intact. And I urge an aye vote on this Cal Amendment 003.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 003 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Hill, Tate, Priola, Foote, Story, Winter, Lee, Moreno, Rodriguez, Hansen, Donovan, Williams, Gonzalez, Majority Leader. Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would prefer to change my vote to a yes.
Senator Story will be recorded as an aye vote. With 21 aye votes, 13 no votes, 0 absent, and 1 excuse, Amendment 003 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Carpenter, please read Amendment 004 to the Committee of the Whole report.
Committee of the Whole Amendment 004 to Senate Bill 100. Senator Fields moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show the following bills. Floor Amendment 009 to Senate Bill 100 did pass. Amendment Bill page 16 after line 24 insert section 15 appropriation to implement the Act, the General Fund appropriation made in the Annual Appropriation Act for the 2020-21 state fiscal year to the state public defenders decreased by $172,000. Renumber succeeding sections accordingly. Page 1, line 102, strike assembly and substitute assembly and in connection with reducing an
Senator
appropriation.
Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cal Amendment 004 to the Committee of the Whole report.
To the amendment, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is the amendment that we had some discussion about as relates to costs. We've heard time and time again that it takes a tremendous amount of money, millions and millions of dollars, to prosecute a death penalty case. We got a booklet. I'm quite sure the booklet to publish that probably costs more than the request that I'm asking here. Basically, this money that they're supposed to be saving, I'm asking that it be deposited into the general fund, which is a minimum amount of $172,000. If we're saving money by not having this in statute, my question has always been, where's the money? Where there really isn't any. So I urge an aye vote on this Cal Amendment 004.
Is there further discussion? Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. And colleagues, I'll encourage a no vote on Cal Amendment 4. We had a brief discussion about why it's so difficult to quantify the cost savings on this, and this is something that the Joint Budget Committee can look into later. When the law is adopted, when it's in effect, we can actually start to gauge what the actual cost savings from a change in policy is. But to make a somewhat arbitrary cut of $172,000 when we're not even sure if that's the right amount isn't prudent fiscal policy, and I'd encourage a no vote.
Is there further discussion on Amendment 004? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 004 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Hill, Tate, Priola, the Majority Leader, Bridges, Todd, Janal, Zenzinger, Hanson, Winter, Williams, Donovan, Lee, Moreno, Rodriguez, Gonzalez. Please add the President. With 17 ayes, 17 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excuse, that amendment is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 005?
Committee of the Whole Amendment 005 to Senate Bill 100. Senator Fenberg moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole so the following amendment.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cal Amendment 005.
To the amendment, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this looks similar to a Cal amendment that we just recently adopted. It is very similar, except does not have the last sentence. I agree with and support what the original amendment is doing. I do think it is potentially problematic to have a sentence about what is and what is not cruel and unusual, and I think that should be left up to the courts. This is the same amendment we already offered, or that we already accepted. However, it takes that very last sentence out. It does not change whether this applies to those who are currently on death row or not.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 005 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With 34 aye votes, 0 no votes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, Amendment 005 is adopted. The question before the body is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 039 as amended, Senate Bill 100 as amended, passed on second reading, ordered, engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Governor's appointments. Consideration of governor's appointments, consent calendar. Will the clerk please read all of the appointments listed on the consent calendar?
Members of the Colorado Channel Authority Board of Directors for term expiring October 6, 2023. Board Warren Miller of Centennial, Colorado, non-affiliated service representative, has experience in the business operations of broadcast journalism, reappointed. Megan Alice Sturgemeyer of Denver, Colorado, Democrat, has experience in the business operations of broadcast journalism, reappointed. Todd Barnes of Erie, Colorado, Democrat, reappointed.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the confirmation of all the appointments on the consideration of governor's appointments consent calendar, including members of the Colorado Channel Authority Board of Directors.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the confirmation of all the governor's appointments listed on the consent calendar. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, all the appointments listed on the consent calendar are confirmed to the Colorado Channel Authority Board of Directors. Announcements. Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Ag will meet 20 minutes upon adjournment. Senate Ag, 20 minutes upon adjournment. Thank you, colleagues.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of Health and Human Services, we will be meeting at 4:30. I am changing the bill order slightly. We are going to hear Senate Bill 22, and then Senate Bill 40, and then Senate Bill 28, and then Senate Bill 7, and we will start at 4:30. And as a reminder to Transportation and Energy, that committee got canceled today.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to remind our Finance Committee members that our Senate Finance Committee has been canceled for today. The bills that were on the docket will be rescheduled for a later date.
Members, will you please join me in recognizing our former president, President Kevin Grantham. Back to the chambers. Having no further announcements, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the good senator from El Paso County, that was pretty good. Thank you, members, for the, I know, heart-wrenching and difficult debate this morning. I appreciate everybody and everything that was that we went through and the impact that it has on each and every one of you. Mr. President, I don't think we have anything else to read across the desk, so we will be adjourning. If folks have questions about committees, because it may be a little confusing, please just ask your chair. I'm happy to help out on. There were some joint committees and things like that upon adjournment that I think have been moved or canceled, so let us know. Mr. President, for now, I move the Senate adjourn until 9 a.m. tomorrow, Friday, January 31st, 2020.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will be in adjournment until 0900 hours tomorrow, Friday, January 31st, 2020.